Drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
No. I was planning on starting like an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, but my computer was being quite very so estúpido. Yesterday I noticed that my microphone was acting very strange. It was very loud. I could hear a lot of static, and the background sounds were way louder than usual. I have no idea what changed. I didn't touch anything. I don't think I disconnected it and reconnected it. I don't know how it could have possibly reset settings if that's what happened at all. So I had to play with the audio settings, my microphone settings, for quite a while until I found a comfortable spot. Additionally, I have no idea what was happening with my tablet because I do want to continue my Photoshop, my arts here. And so I was trying to figure out how in the heck do I get it to read my pen sensitivity again, my pen pressure, and it just was not. I was tinkering around with this too much. I accidentally killed Enable Windows Ink, and I think that's one of the 2 or 3 things that I had to do to align perfectly in order for it to function again. And my mind was all over the place. So finally we are here. Hello, welcome to another Zaya stream on Twitch and or another Zero Suit Sonia stream on YouTube. How are you today? Hopefully better than I am. Let me see if YouTube chat wants to work. Let's do hi at Botrix. Is Botrix here? Does Botrix want to work? I can see. I typed in there. Is Botrix gonna show up on the overlay? I don't think so because I don't see. I don't see him in the chat. So I think he's broken right now. Okay, let's see. Where are my 5 other chat overlays? YouTube chat too. Which this one? Okay, well, we'll use this one for the time being. What's the delay on this one? Let's type in monkey. 1, 2, 3. About 3 seconds. Okay, that's fine. I will have to keep an eye on the ogre lay, see if Botrick decides to join later. Okay, anyway. Enough of that stupid stuff. Let me publish this on Discord there. And then let's also publish it on the second server. Right there, that should be good. There it is. Where else do I gotta go? She's invisible because she's a little bit shy. That's where Boozette is. Maybe she'll work up the courage eventually to show up. To pop out of her little hidey hole. Her two big things will pop out of the hidey hole. Okay, I have like 1 bajillion articles to get through. I did not think I would find this many articles, but I did. Which explains where the heck is my camera. Ah! Oh, hi, Morgan Kakashi. Yes, this is yet another Zaya stream. I've been doing them quite frequently. My current desired schedule is about once a week, but sometimes I miss a week. But anyway, yeah, because I have a lot of articles, where's my camera? I have my yummy throat soothing tea because I'm gonna have to be reading a lot, so we'll do that in a second. How have you been? Just haven't seen your stream in a long while. Well, they're around. Oh, right. Speaking of which, by the way, buy the rings. There is 100% discount right this very now. If you guys go to YouTube, go to the YouTube stream, there's a 100% discount on pressing the like and subscribe button. So you can literally reap the benefits of liking and subscribing for free right now. Don't forget to nab it while you can. Let's see, what else did I gotta do? Let me do this. Let me do one of these. Over there. Okay. You'll nab something. I wonder what that could mean. You're being very cryptic right this very now. Okay, let's see. So I have... I saw this article. I woke up earlier today and I saw this article pop up on my Discord server. From the National... Oh my goodness, what is this? This is... I was not planning on this to be an article that I read today. And my... my YouTube thumbnail just so happens to coincide with the... Here, this YouTube thumbnail. The My Entire Life is AI Generated Willy Wonka thumbnail. My thumbnail just so happens to coincide with this... Oh, let me kill the music. Just happens to coincide with this article about the Willy Wonka stuff, so... Let me go ahead and read this first and foremost. This is from thenational.scot. 11 hours ago by Adam Robertson. Glasgow's Willy Wonka organizer says life ruined drive-by event. The organizer behind the Glasgow Willy Wonka experience, which went viral across the globe, has claimed his life had been ruined by the event. Billy Cool, the owner of House of Illuminati, which organized the event, was met with anger from frustrated parents after the event at the Box Hub in Whiteinch last month. Police officers were called to the event, with parents branding it as a farce, as tickets to attend cost up to £35 per person. Despite promising a, quote, paradise of sweet treats, one parent told how their child had been left in tears at the event. Oh no. Cole has since told a Channel 5 documentary that he is not a scam artist and that he was devastated at how the event turned out. Quote, "My life has been turned upside down. My life is ruined," he said. He continued, "It's not a nice feeling to be under the microscope. I was getting hundreds and hundreds of calling me the most awful names, saying I'm a villain, I'm a horrific dad, I'm better off dead, I should kill myself." Wow. The true villain is the fact that he made the unknown and he scared a bunch of kids. Quote, "I was devastated and I was sick to the pit of my tummy. I had a whole host of emotions." Cole claimed he wrote the script for the experience, but that he did run it through AI to check spelling, grammar, and continuity due to suffering from dyslexia. He added, "Because of everything that had happened, it ran into my personal life. I have lost many friends and the love of my life. Rippy dippy. I was made out to be the face of all evil, when genuinely that is really not the case." On refunds for the event, which some customers claimed they are still to receive, he said, "I am not a scam artist. I am not a con man or anything like that. I have gone through the transactions individually. They are still ongoing. If people haven't received a refund, I have gone through my emails and said to people, if you've not had your refund, contact your bank as they may have processes in place to be able to help it. I genuinely done what I can." Unlucky. I mean, his entire website. Patches. It's a baby. It's a baby. What's a patches? If his entire website is the text is AI generated. I bunked the mic. The text is AI generated. The images are AI generated. And I would not be surprised if the majority of the code is also, to some extent, AI generated. The parts that he didn't purchase from Squarespace or whichever website building sponsor he got from his YouTuber of choice. I would imagine that if he truly went into this with good intentions, then he would more than likely have hired someone who isn't dyslexic to help comb through his work, in addition to the AI proofreading and checking for grammar and continuity and so on. So I'm a little hesitant to believe him entirely. The majority of what he presents, primarily on his website, does not seem as if he is not a scam artist. But I can only go based off his actions. And so based off his actions, he does not quite seem... let's say he didn't... To me, he doesn't seem as if he's put forth 100% of his effort, of his actual integrity. And if this is 100% of his integrity, then, well, I guess that's not enough for me to to trust him or believe him. Unlucky. They're not pink, they are a halo red. I guess it looks kind of pink. It's a super glittery, shiny red. Too shiny that it doesn't even want to focus. It never wants to focus. Okay, well, that is that article. Let me... Gotta do a couple thingy wingies here real quick. Let me do this, and then let me do this. Let me grab this. Guys, being a streamer is so hard, guys. I swear. Like, seriously. What the heck? Grab this there, grab this here. Okay. Do this and do this. Okay. I think I have done all my things that I have to do. All of my different places I gotta post my link. Okay. So these are all the articles I have here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 articles. I don't know if I'm gonna get through all of them. I think I could skip this first one. Let's go to the second one. This is from phys.org. Phys as in physics. Published March 7th, 2024 by Johns Hopkins University. Interstellar signal linked to aliens was actually just a truck. Yeah, I do that all the time too. I also misconstrue signals that I believe are coming from the Grey Lamaus, but they are in fact just a trucker. The area near the seismic station in Manus, is that pronounced Manus or like Manu? Manus Island, based on satellite images acquired on March 24th, I believe it says 2024. What happened? Is there a spooky monster over there? Hello? This is spooky monster. What happened? Strange. Patches is acting all weird. She was in the litter box and then she ran in here. And she stared out the door like if there was a spooky monster or something. Ow. Okay. Sound waves thought to be from a 2014 meteor fireball north of Papua New Guinea, were almost certainly vibrations from a truck rumbling along a nearby road. New Johns Hopkins University-led research shows the findings raise doubts that materials pulled last year from the ocean are alien materials from that meteor, as was widely reported. Quote, "The signal changed directions over time, exactly matching a road that runs past the seismometer," said Benjamin Fernando, a planetary seismologist at Johns Hopkins who led the research. Quote, "It's really difficult to take a signal and confirm it is not from something. But what we can do is show that there are lots of signals like this, and show they have all the characteristics we'd expect from a truck and none of the characteristics we'd expect from a meteor." What happened? The team will present its findings March 12th at the Lunar and Planetary Science Conference in Houston. Journalists can attend the presentation in person or virtually at 4:50 p.m. Eastern Time. After a meteor entered Earth's atmosphere over the western Pacific in January 2014, the event was linked to ground vibrations recorded at a seismic station in Papua New Guinea's Manus Island. In 2023, materials at the bottom of the ocean near where the meteor fragments were thought to have fallen were identified as of, quote, "extraterrestrial technology, alien origin." But according to Fernando, the supposition relies on misinterpreted data and the meteor actually entered the atmosphere somewhere else. Fernando's team did not find evidence of seismic waves from the meteor. Quote, "The fireball location was actually very far away from where the oceanographic expedition went to retrieve these meteor fragments," he said. "Not only did they use the wrong signal, they were looking in the wrong place." Using data from stations in Australia and Palau designed to detect sound waves from nuclear testing, Fernando's team identified a more likely location for the meteor, more than 100 miles from the area initially investigated. They concluded the materials recovered from the ocean bottom were tiny, ordinary meteorites, or particles produced from other meteorites hitting Earth's surface mixed with terrestrial contamination. Quote, "Whatever was found on the seafloor is totally unrelated to this meteor, regardless of whether it was a natural space rock or a piece of alien spacecraft, even though we strongly suspect that it wasn't aliens," Fernando added. This guy, he's a glowy, he's a fed, he's working with the Men in Black, trying to convince us simpletons that the Alamiles are in fact not real. He's working against this "never trust the scientists unless you yourself are the scientist." And I guess that's about it. I'm not sure exactly how the research extended from 2014 to 2023. Is this a typo? Did they mean to say January 2024? I don't believe so, because it's 2014 is here twice. Sound waves from a 2014 meteor fireball. Let's see if I can find more info on this 2014 meteor fireball. Meteorite, Papua New Guinea. CNEOS 2014-0108, also known as Interstellar Meteor 1, was a 0.45 meter, 1.5 feet, meteor that impacted Earth on the 8th of January 2014 near the northeast coast of Papua New Guinea. It was claimed to be an interstellar object in a 2019 preprint. What the heck is a preprint? By astronomers Amir Siraj and Abraham Loeb. And this was published in 2022. Okay, so I guess that's not a typo. Well, that's a pretty strange That truck must have been rumbling super hard if they were receiving seismic readings off of it. Watch, they're actually housing the aliens there, but they don't wanna spill the beans. That's why they're calling it just seismic activity from a truck. The aliens are here. Don't trust them, bros. Don't trust them. Okay, next article. I'm skipping a couple so we can get through to the ones I actually want to read. This is from slashfilm.com, published March 16th, 2024 by Ryan Scott. The weirdest movie of the year has no dialogue and stars a family of Bigfoots. South by Southwest 2024. And here we can see a picture of the Bigfeets. I think that's a badger. Is that a honey badger? And he's just sitting there and chilling. He's just listening to a Zero Suit Sonia stream on YouTube. The history of cinema is littered with weird movies. For certain viewers, these are special experiences, but be it something for a very specific type of person to enjoy, or more of a challenge to be endured. What's that supposed to mean? This is a very weird movie that it is a challenge to endure. That's how you would explain a movie to somebody. It's difficult for me to say what Camp Sasquatch Sunset falls into. That's probably for the individual to decide. But I can say with the utmost confidence that it is far and away the weirdest movie of 2024 thus far. If anything tops it before year's end, it's going to be an all-timer of an odd year at the movies. That much is certain. Not to give the whole thing away here, as it's worth the experience for those who are game for something wildly offbeat, but we're talking about a movie with no human characters, lots of geographically gross moments. What's that mean? Geographically gross moments. Oh, graphically. Lots of graphically gross moments. Are they going to show us the Bigfeets pooping? Is that what they're talking about? Lots of graphically gross moments. Explicit Sasquatch sex. What the heck? Zero dialogue and no subtitles to relay what is being communicated. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Even the trailer can't possibly communicate the experience contained within the film itself. Okay, we gotta watch this trailer. I'm very interested in this because I have... let me pull up. It was my very first... Let me show it on camera too. Here I have my very first note in my notebook is about a Bigfeet story that I want to write, that I want to draw and animate from December 17th, but it's a secret, so you can't see. It's here in my notes, and I have my own sort of Bigfeet story that I wanna I'm not even sure what exactly I'm going to explore yet, which themes, but I'm working on it. And so hearing this, it makes me very interested to see what other people have to say about Bigfeets. Sasquatch Sunset trailer. Okay, perfect. It's on YouTube. It might be loud. Let me... It might deafen you. It might be super duper loud, so let me try to time this perfectly. Okay, here we go. This is Sasquatch Sunset. Official red band trailer, Bleecker Street. I hope the audio doesn't get copy striked. Let me keep an eye on it on YouTube. There we go. I guess I'll read the dialogue here, the text. Deep in the untouched wilderness hides an extraordinary family. Oh my god, that's so loud. They are mysterious, reclusive, and unseen until now. Alright then. Okay. Based off the way this is opening, I assume this is a comedy. I don't think this is going to be as interesting as I initially thought. See, look. One of the quotes here from IndieWire is hilarious and dementedly poignant. If it's hilarious, then that means it's definitely a comedy. Okay, well, I am not going to watch this. Let's have a look at what these amazing comments have to say. This is going to be one of those movies that one person in a circle of friends loves, and his friends say, that was the shittiest movie I've ever fucking seen. I hope there are no words spoken the entire movie and it's just grunting and screaming. Impressed that they were actually able to film a whole family of big feet. They're usually very camera shy. It's so refreshing to see me and my friends finally represented on the big screen. This looks like an R-rated Harry and the Hendersons ripoff. Should be dementedly fun. I think this is one of those things that people mention in Sasquatch Chronicles with, there's like a little monkey boy there who they refer to as looking similar to the big feet that they see. But I've never watched it. I have no idea. And yeah, that is Sasquatch Sunset, which I will not be watching. So, never mind. And I guess having watched that trailer, that's enough. I don't need to read the rest of the article. You can go check it out if you want. I will not. Sasquatch Sunset is the movie, for those of you in chat who are interested. Okay, next article. Let's go with this one. This is from the Irish Star, published March 18th, 2024 by John O'Sullivan. Bigfoot is half human, half ape, offspring of UFOs, according to Exorcist. Reverend Bill Bean is a non-denominational deliverance minister who has performed thousands of exorcisms. He says he has seen aliens and blames them for Bigfoot sightings. Interesting. Surely this guy is telling the truth, right? should finish my tea before it gets too cold. Reverend Bill Bean, a non-denominational deliverance minister and exorcist, has shared his unique theory about the origin of mythical creatures like Bigfoot. He believes that these beasts are the result of alien activity. Having helped thousands of people who believed that they were possessed or haunted by demonic forces, Reverend Bean has had his fair share of supernatural experiences. The 57-year-old claims to have encountered aliens and attributes otherworldly sightings on Earth to their presence. Quote, "I've had just about every supernatural experience you can imagine," he told the Daily Star. The UFO aspect has been very prominent. According to Reverend Bean, unidentified flying objects could be divine... Like, is this one? Merkaba? Divine Merkaba chariots. Divine Merkaba chariots vehicles, he suggests, transported Satan and a third of the angels to Earth after being expelled from heaven. This makes sense because I have always referred to this particular instance in the Bible about these chariots of fire in the sky that are expressly written in the Bible as to suggest there may be some sort of either angelic or even, I guess, demonic and alien-like presence, activity to them. I think these are supposed to be some of the angels here. They're like the rings, which have wheels on them, which have wings on them, and they have a bunch of eyes. According to Reverend Bean, unidentified flying objects could be divine Merkaba chariot vehicles he suggests transported Satan and a third of the angels to Earth after being expelled from heaven. Quote, "They came down here and they took human woman and produced a hybrid offspring of giants called the Nephilim," he explained. He further added that these Nephilim engaged in unnatural acts with animals such as apes, bears, wolves, dogs, monkeys, resulting in the creation of creatures like Bigfoot and Sasquatch, reports the Daily Star. Okay, if this is true, then the unnatural acts with apes and monkeys could explain the big feets and the Sasquatches. These unnatural activities with wolves and dogs could explain dogmen. And bears, I guess they could also explain all those other Wendigosies and skin crawlers. If this is true. But I would love to see some evidence that he can provide to further enhance his argument. Quote, "They are every bit as much a supernatural being as they are flesh and blood." Reverend Bean has shared his spooky life story, telling how he's seen Merkaba chariots and been around good and bad spirits. He moved to a new house in Harrendale, Maryland, when he was just 4, and that's where strange things started happening. He thinks the evil forces made his family move to that haunted house. Quote, "I truly believe that the evil forces that the family members conjured up led my parents to that house. I suffered physical demonic attacks between ages 5 and 12. My mother was attacked even more severely. She suffered more than any other person I've seen in my life. First, it was just weird noises. But then it got scary with actual attacks. Reverend Bean says these spooky events broke his family. His parents both had very sad endings, and he nearly ended up dead or in jail after leaving school and hanging out with troubled people. But in his 30s, Reverend Bean changed his life. Now he's done thousands of exorcisms to help people who are having a tough time like he did. He's written books about what he's been through, and you can get them on Amazon. What the heck? They're advertising in an article? How dare they? Let's go look at some of his books. Amazon. Let's do Reverend Bill Bean. What the heck? One of his books is free on Kindle. Kindle Unlimited. Free with Kindle Unlimited membership. How do I get to the rest of his books? Okay, well, the only book of his that I see here is titled Tales. Let me make sure there's no doxy info here. I think this is good. Tales from an Exorcist from the Case Files of Reverend William J. Bean. This book is based on some of the personal experiences and case files of Reverend William J. Bean. Some of the names, locations, dates, and events have been changed in order to protect the identities of the victims and families. I'm Reverend Bean, and I'm also known as the Spiritual Warrior. Whoa! I have performed exorcism for people from all over America and the world. I've been involved in every type of case imaginable, and I can tell you with great certainty that demons possess people, places, and things. A battle has been taking place ever since the creation of mankind. It's the battle for the souls of human beings. Some might scoff at this, not believing in God, the devil, heaven, hell, angels, or demons. I can personally verify and attest to the reality and validity of all the above. I travel all over America, helping people to become free from a variety of issues. Whether it may be depression, suicidal thoughts or attempts, relationship problems, anger and emotional issues, trauma issues, curses, drug, alcohol, and porn addictions, demonic attachment, demonic oppression to a demonic possession. I have encountered all of it and then some. This book is going to take you on quite a journey from my personal experiences with demonic forces to my battles against them as a spiritual warrior. I'm going to go ahead and add this to my list of books. I'm very curious. Very curious. I think I do still have a video. A video that I need to get through. It's technically just audio from audio recordings of exorcisms. I guess I should just do that on my own time rather than on stream, because if it's just audio, it's not going to be as interesting as if it were a video. I believe demons, gods, angels are all hot females. That could definitely be the case. That would not surprise me. Although it makes more sense if they are also two-gendered, and there are some that are males and some that are female, and some that have attributes of a little of both, kind of like some humans who have a couple of attributes that are kind of male and kind of female, and that's pretty cool and kind of hot too. Okay, I will go ahead and keep an eye on this guy, Reverend Bill Bean, as one of my potential demonologists and a potential reference point for some of the things I am curious about and want to research and such. Okay, next article. There's this other article that I don't think I'm gonna get to, so I'll just post the link in chat. It's from popularmechanics.com. The Pentagon has broken its silence on UFOs and secret alien relations, which I think, for the most part, covers some of the things I've already read articles about some months back with the AARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and I think it's just a republishing of that, so I don't think this is anything new. So I'm not going to cover this one. Okay, so here's a big article, but what I'm more interested in is the video that is attached. 5 Bigfoot sightings that will scare you out of Idaho. Fuck off. Let's just go look at the video. It's way down here. I like how they I like how they zoomed in like 5 times. So there's this picture, this screenshot. Then they start zooming in. Zoom in, enhance, and then enhance, and then enhance again. Okay, let's go look at this video. Okay, let's get some context here. The title is this Sasquatch? He was spotted near Washington mountain passes. This was published 4 years ago on the KREM2 News YouTube channel. The Washington State Department of Transportation says Bigfoot was spotted on Sherman Pass and on the I-90 wildlife overcrossing near Snoqualmie Pass. Do you believe? It turns out, too, that Sasquatch isn't the first bizarre thing caught on camera at Sherman Pass. Okay, here's a 30-second video. I assume they zoom in as well. Okay, let's break down the possibilities here. If it is a person, they might be doing this little pause here, turning to face the camera because they saw Patty do that, and so that's just the common trope and the meme. If it is a person, this does look like a person walking, like a human person walking. Based off my understanding, my collection of information and evidence, it is very likely that an actual Sasquatch's knees are lower than a human's, and this looked like the placement of a human's knees. Additionally, people have claimed that when they see a Sasquatch walking, it seems as if they are gliding across the terrain because they don't have the little bounce that we humans have because of the potential knee placement. The way we walk is different. And I do think I see a little bit of a bounce, although it is a little hard to tell. If it's a person, then they probably know that the camera's here, which is why they do this little turn toward the direction of the camera. I don't know for certain if this is a valid footage or not, but I'm leaning toward it is a person. That is my current hypothesis based on what I know. Yeah, I'm more so leaning toward it being a person. Looking at the arms ratio and a non-90 degree knee while walking, I'll say it is very human. I have never seen a big feet myself in person, so I cannot verify for myself the claims about the knee placement and the way that a Sasquatch seemingly glides, versus the human bouncing as they walk. So I have no evidence to corroborate those that locomotion, the claims about that locomotion. I would say that the almost purposeful turn to look at the camera would indicate a person trying to pull off a hoax, which is also partly what I took from that. Gait is very human-like as well. Also, size ratio. Nothing here at all says to me Bigfoot or Sasquatch. That's Dave. He lost his car keys again and cuts across the field to get to his place. Never mind Bigfoot. What is the girl from the ring doing at the bottom left corner? Oh, this thing right here? Where's the girl from the ring? I don't see her. The bottom left corner. I don't see anything over here. Must be this that he's talking about, right? Well, if the girl from the ring were there, I would definitely show up. I too would come to see. Anyway, yeah, I do not think that is a big feat. Yeah, I'm assuming this is what they're talking about. Okay. That was unlucky. Unluckily a fake sighting. Okay, last two articles. Starting with this one. From Slate.com, published February 18th, 2024 by Laura Miller. The Allure of Bigfoot. Why so many Americans still believe he lurks in our forests. John O'Connor's The Secret History of Bigfoot, Field Notes on a North American Monster is a work of mourning. Bigfoot, as O'Connor, a journalism professor, illustrates, is thriving. If by Bigfoot we're talking about the legend of Sasquatch and the communities that have sprung up to seek out the hairy, towering primate said to lurk in the depths of America's few remaining old-growth forests. It's that Bigfoot, the symbol, who O'Connor argues flourishes and does so because of how much we've lost. This Bigfoot is a black armband commemorating everything from the environmental devastation wrought on the continent to the dearth of solitude and quiet availability available in contemporary life to the decline of the white working class. Yes, even that. Whoa. So the reason this guy's thesis... What you guys doing? What you guys up to? So this guy's thesis is that the reason we're so into big feet is because of the fact that the white working class is dying. Whoa. The Secret History of Big Feet is $23 on Amazon. Patches. Look, it's a patches. It's a birdie. That's tea. You don't drink tea. You drink water. Come here. Come here. No, you just want to sit there? Okay, fine. We'll leave her there. Yummy, yummy. Yummy tea. I think she's like way too small to see there. Let me just do one of these. She's like way too small. What the heck? As soon as I fix the camera for you, you're gonna leave? What? Why you do this to me? Huh? Why you do this to me? Got your tail. I got your tail. What the heck? Watch out, dude. What the heck? You're gonna break your neck. Come here. Come on. Over here. Yep. Okay. Okay. Patches. Before I moved to rural Maine, I regarded Bigfoot as a strictly Pacific Northwest phenomenon. What happened? I regarded Bigfoot as a strictly Pacific Northwest phenomena. Then a sublimely daffy Facebook group called Unexplained Maine informed me that quite a few Mainers believe Bigfoot stalks the forests of northern Maine, including the 100-mile wilderness, the last and wildest stretch of the Appalachian Trail. Quote, "There's nothing but trees for miles and miles up there," a neighbor told me after driving through the area. And that's when you realize that too many trees can drive you insane. I don't know about that. O'Connor hits the 100-mile wilderness on his cross-country tour of Bigfoot hotspots, soaking up lore from a grizzled hiker about Bigfoots that are said to have devoured some early European explorers. This man even claimed that Geraldine Largay, a hiker who starved to death in the wilderness in 2013 after wandering off the trail and getting lost, had been kidnapped by Bigfoots as a food source. Why would they starve her before eating her? O'Connor asked, but his source just moved on to the next hair-raising yarn. Maine isn't the only state to boast Bigfoot sightings. In the course of researching this rambling but consistently diverting book, O'Connor traveled to woods in Kentucky, Massachusetts, California, Arkansas, and Texas, and he wraps everything up with his own fleeting glimpse of a brownish blur and at least 2 reedy legs poking through long desert grass in, of all places, New Mexico. It must be said that one of the things implicitly mourned by The Secret History of Bigfoot is the decline of glossy men's adventure magazines like Outside, where a guy with O'Connor, very evident descriptive chops, and saucy attitude used to be able to rake in lucrative assignment chronicling his adventures in places like the 100-mile wilderness. Now, he's got to settle for using his outdoorsy getaways as a tax write-off, the Arkansas chapter in particular being a flagrant example. O'Connor rents a kayak to paddle around the Bayou de View, Not because Bigfoot had been sighted there, but because the officially extinct ivory-billed woodpecker allegedly has. What exactly this has to do with Bigfoot is a bit foggy. A bit like his pal on the Appalachian Trail, O'Connor skates past the important distinction between a search for an animal that everyone agrees once existed and a search for an aminal that almost certainly didn't. Bigfoot is most interesting as a figment of the popular imagination. The evidence for its reality, while plentiful, consists entirely of eyewitness statements and some photographs and film that are probably faked. Unexplained Maine featured a classic example last year. Two guys in a four-wheel drive vehicle with a cracked windshield who just happened to record their own casual conversation about Norm Macdonald. Why are they talking about Norm Macdonald? Their own casual conversation about Norm Macdonald while driving on a logging road, and also just happened to turn the camera in time to capture, without noticing it, a few frames of a tall, simian figure striding through the woods. No physical specimen or its remains, or even its scat, have ever been obtained by a credible authority. It sounds to me like he is picking and choosing very specific instances. I have yet to read about footprint casts. There are also, I believe, some reportings of big feet poops, like the like the Bobo one. I don't know why he downplays eyewitness statements and reports. First of all, he downplays eyewitness statements to begin with. Secondly, he says they're probably faked. Same thing with photographs and films, which, yes, there are definitely fake ones, but I think you have to, if you're going to make statements like this, you definitely need to put in the work and set up a set of criteria for which to differentiate how you can verify, how you can conclude that it is fake versus it is real. The way it's written here makes it seem as if he doesn't really care. Doesn't really care to distinguish whether or not it's real or fake, which I find quite concerning. It's just like assuming it's just one big blanket statement of, oh yeah, they're all mostly fake, and that's it. That's all. I wonder if there's gonna be more here in the article. More statements or more criteria, more discussions with scientists as to whether or not he's found like 90, 98, 95% of these to be fake. I don't know. We'll see. I think we're like halfway. We're slightly more than halfway through the article. Simian figure striding through the woods. No physical specimen or even scat have been obtained by a credible authority. Investigators for the more respectable groups, like the Bigfoot Field Research Organization, catalog and rate sightings and ostensibly collect hair and scat samples for DNA analysis, but no significant findings have been announced. That's very interesting that he says that, because I think there have been DNA analysis, but they have never been quite conclusive as either being human or anything else. I believe they don't know what it is, but they know it's not human. So I'm wondering what he's doing with these reports of DNA analysis. Why are they not showing up as potential flags? Does that mean that they're fake? He assumes they're fake. The fact that quote, no scientific findings, no significant findings have been announced. Very interesting. He's a Fed. That's what it is. That's what it must be. He's a Fed. All of this provides O'Connor with the opportunity to expound on the many, many flaws in human perception and judgment, from the unreliability of eyewitness testimony to confirmation bias, suggestibility, and cherry picking. Oh yeah, kinda like you. How can thousands of eyewitness accounts of Bigfoot be wrong? Oh, so easily. The prime driver of such convictions, as with most beliefs, is desire. We believe what we want to believe, and then go looking for reasons to believe it. So what is, O'Connor asks, that makes people, including him, want to believe in Bigfoot? That's also quite an interesting statement to make, quite an interesting claim to make, because there have been plenty of people who never believed in it and always believed they were spooky monster stories to tell the kids, but then one day they see it. Very interesting that he would cherry pick those stories out of his pile of evidence. Very, very interesting. The most obvious and relatable answer is a longing for mystery, for an unknown wonder that will re-enchant our overly tamed world. Quote, I can't imagine living in a world where we'd figure everything out, one Bigfoot believer, calling themselves Bigfooters, told O'Connor. This particular manifestation of that notion, as fantasy or as fear, has long held sway in the human imagination. Bigfooters often point to the many Native American stories about hairy humanoids living in New World forests, conveniently ignoring the fact that many, many folktales from around the world feature such legends, ranging from Enkidu in The Epic of Gilgamesh to European folklore about the Woodwoes, or wild men of the woods, to the Yeti of the Himalayas. Yet no one suggests that Bigfoot haunts the Black Forest of Germany, do they? Well, in fact, some do. But the omnipresence of such myths just tends to confirm the impression that, as with sun gods and shapeshifters, wild men and the tales we tell of them serve less as reports on reality than as windows into the human psyche. I mean, it can be both. It can be that there actually are spooky Bigfeets out there, as well as prevailing myths of spooky monsters that are a result of the human psyche, pareidolia, and the overabundance of adrenaline that makes us see things in the forests. I am very hesitant to believe this guy. It seems as if, well, I guess I would have to read his book to see what he encounters, because I did skim through Dave Paulides' The Hoopa Project, and he's got many, many, many tables and graphs and maps of sightings of different kinds. He has lists of sounds, wood knocks, screams, howls, and such, as well as how frequently they are, the location. Same thing with the footprints and the several other points of data. And I am curious why O'Connor here has not brought up any of those potential sources of evidence. He hasn't brought it up here at all. At least the article hasn't. Maybe in his book he has. So I will have to go look into it to become a debunker. So let me go ahead and copy this title into my list of books. By John O'Connor. Okay. I have also yet to finish reading Marjorie Halpin's... Is it Halpin or Halperin? I always confuse her name because in university I had to read a book by, I think, somebody called Mark Halperin? Halpin? Mark Halpin, I think. And Marjorie, it's Marjorie Halperin. Marjorie Halperin. Men Like Monsters on Trial. Marjorie Halpin, okay. I still have to read through her book, as well as Dr. Meldrum's book. And then I'm gonna add this guy, John O'Connor's And I need to actually read through Paulides' Hoopa project. Okay. So why then try to prove Bigfoot exists? Why set out to dispel the very mystery that makes you love him? Why launch hunting expeditions, submit evidence like scat or footprints, or attempt to establish through elaborate calculations and on-site research that the famous Patterson-Gimlin film, shot in California in 1967 and still the most famous photographic image of Bigfoot, is legit and not just footage of a guy in a gorilla suit? O'Connor tags along with a team doing just that, and as with many of his other adventures with Bigfooters, the outing supplies its own justification. He brings a six-pack. The guys sit by the campfire, savoring the woods and swapping stories about their Sasquatch encounters. Belief, for them, O'Connor writes, had as much to do with communal identity as with an animating sense of wonder. That was the heart of it, I thought. Pals. Then there's the sense of adventure. This was what Bigfooters love, he explains, the collateral kick of adrenaline that comes from doing what feels mischievous, but is in fact good, wholesome fun, excitement at a higher rate of return than life normally offered. I feel like this is just I feel that this statement, that this sentiment is just barely scratching the surface. People who say that, from my perspective, I believe that people who say things like this, that Bigfooters just want to go out camping, they just like having fun, they just like having a little adrenaline rush, I think they are heavily discrediting a lot of potential evidence and eyewitness testimony. And I think it is quite a disservice. After reading this paragraph and going back to the beginning about the Patterson-Gimlin film, a guy in a gorilla suit, it definitely seems as if it's he's just trying to dispel the potential reality of the situation. But that's just me. That's what I understand of it from the entire the subject, the entire Big Feet's phenomena as a whole. And reading this, it seems as if he's trying to really, really downplay all the evidence, the potential investigation and efforts that people put forth on this subject. Even when off on a solitary quest, O'Connor seems motivated as much by the getaway as by the search. A good portion of the secret history of Bigfoot consists of confessional passages about his relentless during the pandemic, but even before it, as a stay-at-home dad in Cambridge. There's a long, interesting, but seemingly irrelevant section on the American monk Thomas Merton, and the monk's desire to live a life of seclusion. O'Connor also lovingly recalls an incident during his Boy Scout camping days when troop masters pranked the boys by making scary noises in the woods. He loved, quote, how the known world could vanish in an instant, our sense of possibility dramatically enlarged, our boring little lily-white, cozy middle-class lives momentarily upturned by mystery and menace. So I guess, this entire sentiment here further reinforces my statement that I said earlier, that he's just trying to make it out to be just a privileged white kid who thinks it's just going out into the woods and having fun. Which, I mean, if that's your conclusion, if that's what you, if that's how you ultimately perceive it, then that's fine. But I feel as if there's a huge kind of air in your nose in the air kind of perspective, your attitude toward all the other mountains of research that has been done before this guy even came about. Such is the boring life of the writer. The writer himself has fled to camp out in the wilderness alone. Quote, if nothing else, a biologist told him of the Bigfooters' cause, is an excuse to spend time in the woods. But the Bigfooters, much as he vibes with many of them, also trouble O'Connor. They are almost all, quote, old white guys, young white guys, middle-aged white guys. Former cops and military men strike him as overrepresented in the cohort. I wonder why. I wonder why cops and military people are Bigfooters. I wonder why. It's almost like if they live out in the middle of nowhere, answer calls from people who see big feets, and then they go to explore. And maybe the military guys are out doing training in the middle of nowhere, and they also see things. I wonder. Former cops and military men strike him as overrepresented in the cohort, and he knows that Bigfoot belongs to a constellation of vaguely paranormal beliefs that may seem harmless, but can lead the faithful down some dark paths. He finds an unsettling convergence between Bigfooters and Trumpers. Where the fuck did this come from? Guys, you heard it here first. The Bigfooters and Trumpers, they go hand in hand. See, like this guy's just a fed. I'm telling you, he's a fucking fed. He finds an unsettling convergence between Bigfooters and Trumpers, an overlap including, quote, extreme reactionary views, a tendency toward the sensationalistic, a fetishization of traditional masculinity, and hard-bitten mistrust of urban elites. And a hard-bitten mistrust of urban elites generally, and the federal government and its scientific minions specifically, coupled with an inverse reflexive flag-waving and suspicion of protesters and kneelers. For someone who by all accounts hates nature, animals, and roughing it, Trump crops up in The Secret History of Bigfoot with a surprising frequency. It almost seems to me as if he starts with his conclusion and then he goes looking for supporting evidence, kind of like what he says earlier. Here, that's kind of what it seems like. I don't know. I would never ever make that link and take it seriously. The Trumpers and the Bigfooters, and whoa, these people like hunting and they like going out into the woods and they like guns and they also like Trump. Whoa. I am very. I think the first half of this article was pretty okay, but then the second half is quite the leap, to say the least. What Bigfoot expresses for some believers is, O'Connor surmises, titanic disquiet at the unwinding of the white working class world and fulfilling a desire for magical reassurance that the old regime, despite appearances, would endure. This strikes me as a stretch too far. Aren't those just the Bigfoot believers who like to camp out, who not only love, quote, their gear and their big trucks and their big guns and all of their infrared things, end quote, but who own such things in the first place? I've known a few believers who were neither white nor working class. They weren't about to spend their money on tents or traveling to Bigfoot conventions. But they were still convinced that Bigfoot is real. I may not share that faith, but I think the longing behind it is universal, and something I share. It's the hope that our predecessors have not extracted and cataloged everything the world has to offer, that somewhere out there are still some secrets left. That's a very interesting conclusion. That's a very interesting statement to close with. As if to say that we have figured out everything in the world, as if to say that science has solved everything, which it very clearly, very definitely has not. Science is a continuous process. We're always trying to figure out how things work, whether or not our current scientific understanding of things are correct, and whether or not we can replicate them consistently enough. I think that's quite a misunderstanding of what science is, of what understanding is, and our use of the scientific method. I find it quite disturbing that there are people out there who make these sorts of statements, who make these sorts of claims, who are so easy to downplay what they believe is just stupid kid stories, as if we have already figured out the entire world, when I think we very clearly haven't. But that's my perspective. I think statements like this, beliefs like this, are quite dangerous, because there very clearly are secrets that we have not yet figured out. I'm pretty sure there's like, how many species of ants are there? We're always probably finding more and more. How many species of ants are there? Ants are highly diverse, comprising of more than 15,700 named species and subspecies, 26, and possibly as many undescribed ones, 27. And I would not be surprised if it's also constantly progressing, and there are slowly, over many years, new species of ants being slowly mutated into. I'm sure the same goes for different kinds of aminals, whether mammals or insects, whether trees, whether fish, whether crustaceans. I'm pretty sure we're always going to be looking for stuff. I'm sure we have cataloged probably 99% of things, but there's still that pesky 1% that is probably constantly shifting and evolving ever so slightly, that we may not even be able to fully understand or decipher or distinguish the differences for maybe a couple centuries, quite a handful of centuries. And so I think that's a better, slightly better, accurate perception of science than these statements seem to have. So I don't even know if it's worth reading this now, if this article is a fairly accurate representation of his findings, of what he's published here. Okay, I think that's all I'll do for now. For articles, I will return to monkey. I will return to my art. Let's do that. I am a little hungry though, so maybe I will go grab some foods. Just a quick little snack while we listen to part 2 of that Strange Familiars with the Greys, the Grey Lamaux. These Strange Familiars. Oh, I forgot what it was called. I'll go find it here. Let's do this. Let's go back. What's the previous one? Was it this one? Oh, the cell maxing one. Which episode was this? What the heck are these spooky big feet? Wait a second, I thought it was a different picture. Look. Okay, well, fuck that. familiars. Gray encounters lead to higher strangeness. Okay. I guess I just thought it was a different picture. Strange Familiars, episode 319. High Strangeness, part 2. Okay, so we'll go with this here. We will start listening to this while I go make foods. I don't know if he has intro music. I think he does. Let me mute this real quick to check. 1 second. Okay, I think we're good here. I'll leave this big here, and then I will put the BRB. This BRB, yeah. I'll be back in 1 second, by which I mean probably a few minutes. Try not to get abducted by aliens while I'm gone, cause I won't be here to save you, and you'll be punished by the Grey Lamals and probably probed. So good luck with that.
Woo!
Thank you for letting me press the button.
Satisfying.
It is very satisfying.
If you didn't hear part 1, you should probably go ahead and listen to that, because that's where we lay all the groundwork, and Paul and Charlie talk about their kind of initial experiences with all this stuff and how they met, and we just kind of expand the discussion in this episode. So go ahead and listen to part 1 first, and then come back and start this episode. Before we get to part 2 of Paul and Charlie, I want to thank our patrons. Thank you so much, patrons. You make Strange Familiars possible. We couldn't do the show without you. If you'd like to help us make Strange Familiars and get extra content besides, you can become a patron at Patreon. It's patreon.com/strangefamiliars. We just dropped our 93rd patron episode, I think, where I went into great detail about both my past and recent experiences at Hex Hollow. I think it was the most personal episode I've ever done. Just kind of try to get to the heart of my feelings about Hex Hollow and everything that went down there. Very different episode for me. But that's 93 patron episodes. And you get 93 episodes as soon as you sign up. Plus, we're doing more patron episodes every month. We do 2 full episodes of Strange Familiars for our patrons every month. So you get the 93 right away, and then you will get 2 more every month when you're a patron. Again, it's patreon.com/strangefamiliars. All right, let's go ahead and get to part 2 of our talk with Paul and Charlie.
I'll jump to that very unusual moment. 3 people, 3 of us TDT experiences. We all had wake-up calls one night. During the dream phase, we were all dreaming about a bridge. One was dreaming about nuclear war, one was running away. And when I got there in the dream, everyone was gone. I was wandering around this bridge, and there was some sort of catastrophe that had happened. That was on the 27th of January this year. What happened the next day? 10 people injured in the Pittsburgh bridge collapse. How does that work?
Yeah, that's getting into Mothman Prophecies territory.
It's just weird. It's really just weird stuff. Tim, we don't really know what's all going on with this whole thing. We're not pretending like we have a clue, but with the poltergeist type stuff happening, and just all this, the ET, the poltergeist, the voices,
That all fits in with that Skinwalker stuff.
Yes. Yeah. So when all this is first going on in 2021, I know we're still in about 21 to current time frame. So we are bouncing around a little bit, but it's important because when all this flood of stuff just starts happening with poltergeist type stuff and everything else, we're reading and listening to on Audible pretty much every book that we can get our hands on about different subjects. Like I was, re-listening to The Hunt for the Skinwalker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'm not really bringing Sasquatch into this whole topic, but I'm just saying, if you read Hunt for the Skinwalker, when they're on the Skinwalker Ranch, they have a portal open and they have like a Bigfoot type creature crawl out of this portal, and there's scientists actually from NIDS,
mm-hmm.
National Institute of Discovery Science. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with that encounter. Yeah, they're actually watching this thing crawl out. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So they're seeing this thing crawl out. So, okay. And that's how they described it, Bigfoot type creature. They're describing orbs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I had the blue orb happen with me earlier when I was recounting my, history of encounters. One of the that I'm labeling now as the poltergeist, one of the mornings that I woke up in 21, the dogs are going nuts. I open the door. I'm thinking, oh, wow, they got to go out super early today. I get up, I open the door, and in front of the dogs' crates, there is a red softball-sized orb, and it's shining like a disco ball, and it scared the heck out of me. I open the door, and it's there, and it's like 1,000, 2,000 winks out. I shut the door. I'm ignoring it, and I just come back in here, and it's just more of that type stuff that's going on. And so now in my mind, with all this stuff that's going on, the books that we're reading, interviews that we're listening to, and other people's experiences, that's when I'm starting to put together that, like I said earlier, that all of just everything in my mind, a lot of these, whether it's ET, Bigfoot, not saying ghosts don't exist, but demonic, paranormal, whatever is controlling this, it's all like one thing in my mind is controlling almost all of this stuff.
Yeah, when you look at the data with the TDT for all the people, you've got one section that believe it's demons, and the other section believe it's angels and spirit guides. So you've got exactly the same thing, but people are viewing it in different ways. I think that's just down to cultural belief systems, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of natural for people to want to separate this stuff. It's crazy enough to be into Bigfoot. It's crazy enough to be into UFOs. It's crazy enough to be into ghosts. And then when you start telling people, yeah, I'm into all three, and they're all connected, then people are like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, that's what we're finding. What we're finding is this stuff is all linked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I mean, I can, just to take an example, you were talking about the 3 knocks, right? You said most often it happens in threes?
Yes.
Absolutely. In the woods, when we hear wood knocks, 1, 2, 3. Not all the
1,
time.
2, 3.
Not all the time, but most often. Recorded some recently. That sounded like in a very tense, very weird, spooky situation. 3 in a row. Clack, 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 sounding like rocks being hit together. 2 times, but each time was in a segment of 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We've noticed that, and we've had people who are very serious occultists say that before spirits manifest, these are people that do ceremonial magic and work with spirits, and they say they get 3 knocks before spirits manifest.
The same thing.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Charlie, when you talked about seeing the gray and being frozen like that, I've experienced that in the woods. I thought I was frozen with fear. I smelled a very, very bad smell. I won't go over the whole thing. I can tell you guys off the air. My listeners have heard it a million times, so I just don't want to go over it again. But it was during a weird series of events, but I smelled a very strong, very bad smell, like a dead animal in the middle of the summer that had been, cooking in the sun, but this was in January. When I smelled the smell, fear came over me, and I couldn't move. I wanted to run. Like, every part of me is saying, run, 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 and I couldn't do it. I was completely locked up. So, very, very similar. That ended with 3 metal clicks that sounded like little tiny gears. Click, click, click. And I was able to move again. Very strange, and that happened in the woods. This wasn't a quote-unquote abduction encounter,
Yeah, the women, too. The encounter when I was 9 on the bed, 21 to current, when I told you we were reading all the books, listening to the Audible, I came across Terry Lovelace's book, Incident at Devil's Den, and that is a very awesome book that I recommend to anyone out there who has not listened to that or read or listened to that book. So, Incident at Devil's Den, Terry talks about his encounters, and at the end, he talks about how, you know, he's awakened one night and he goes into his, I believe it's like his kitchen, his den, whatever. There's a female entity sitting there. I believe she even had blonde hair in his encounter. And that, man, I'm telling you, when I listened to that part of that book, I instantly was teleported in my mind back to when I had my encounter, and I was like, wow, that makes perfect sense to me. That's kind of why I was convinced, you know, it was solidifying in my mind that, you know, what I saw to me wasn't a ghost. I don't know what it was, this thing that's controlling everything, but I mean that, you know, that was a big tie-in for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm to the point now doing all this research where I guess some ghosts are the spirits of dead people, but I think that's rarer than them being something else. I think this idea that all ghosts are the spirits of dead people I'm having difficulty with that because of the strangeness that tends to surround these ghost sightings as well. And because, you know, people are seeing ghosts that essentially look like Sasquatch and these other things, and they're saying, well, it's a ghost. Like, well, what dead person looks like that? So, you know, I think, you know, maybe there are spirits of dead people, but there's definitely something else too going on with these ghost sightings that people are having.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think, I mean, I don't know really what it is, again, controlling everything, but another thing that I've also thought about all this is, you know, whatever this thing is, you know, whatever people are thinking that it is, you have something that is just like with, you know, Sasquatch are supposedly able to just disappear, right? There's stories of Sasquatch disappearing. All the things that we're talking about can disappear. You know, lack of a better term, interdimensional is thrown around. You know, I don't know if that's right. Whatever it is, the thing that I've always brought up is, how do you trust something that is interdimensional? You know, people say they get these messages from ET beings, for instance, right?
Right.
Something is talking to you and it's telling you this message, but how do you trust it when if it's interdimensional, and it, you know, it could appear to you and say, I have the cure for cancer, you know, and I'm gonna help you, you know, just believe me. But it's like, how do you trust these things when, you know, they can do what they do?
Yeah, and again, that goes back to spirit contact as well. A lot of occultists will, you know, have communications with these things, and my advice to them is be very careful, because sometimes they tell the truth and sometimes they don't, and we don't know when. You know, we don't know when they're doing which. Look at Mothman prophecies. They were getting very accurate information until they didn't. You know, this stuff is not, it doesn't think like us. You know, it's other, you know. And my theory is that there's something to do with time, that it doesn't work the same way for them. That's why they're able to predict what we're going to do next. You know, not because they have some kind of ESP or something, but because they can, you know, sort of look forward in time, in a sense, and know where we're going to be and not be there if they don't want to be. Yeah, and again, just a theory. You know, I don't know, but it's just, you know, something I'm playing with.
You had something, Paul. You remember when you were waking up, you had that experience, and the time was different on your clock. It was like slowing down.
Yeah, that was another TDT event. I woke up and the seconds were going double time. They were ticking by at double time. So say if you count your head, you're doing like 1 and 2 and 3. Right. This was like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow.
It was double time, and I was watching it. I thought, well, something's wrong here. Something's wrong with the clock.
So I've never had any spooky ghost experiences or paranormal things, so I cannot say for myself whether or not there's the 3 clicks. That's something that I've heard. When other people on Sasquatch Chronicles have said that they heard the sort of mechanical sound, I'm not quite sure what they meant, but the way he described it here, like 3 little gears clicking, that's very interesting. Because now I have some kind of a reference that's a little bit more accurate than just 1 mechanical click, mechanical sounding click. So that's a little bit new to me. That gets me closer, I think, to a a higher resolution understanding of what people are saying, what they're encountering. And I think I can also understand what they say with we perceive time differently than whatever this thing is. That I can understand. There's just too many different, I guess I can call them coincidences, with statements like how what is it, 1 second for us is like 100,000 bajillion years for God. There's all those little statements like that, and so I guess it makes sense that if there really truly are paranormal things, that time would be a little bit different for them. I think I can grasp and accept that. But 1 second for humans is 10,000 years for God, or is it the other way around? 1 day is like 1,000 years. Peter 2:3. Doesn't 2 Peter 3:8 indicate that the days of creation might not be literal but thousands of years? Okay, here's Quora. The passage you're talking about in the Bible is descriptive of God's perception of time. The passage is not in any way saying that 1 day is 1,000 years. It is saying that 1 day is as 1,000 years to God, since God exists outside of time and is in eternity. Whether 1 day passes or 1,000 years passes, or 1,000 years pass, it makes no difference to God, since it affects him not. He is in all times present. It could have just as easily said 1 day is as 1 billion years or million years or whatever. It is for descriptive purposes to describe God's relation to time and how he perceives it. Simply put, the length of time makes no difference to God, since he is not confined to this physical world and subjected to its limits. So God is like what's his face in Interstellar, where he can access the tessellation of time. He can go to whenever he wants to leave his message. That's what it's like to be God, and I guess maybe even what it's like to be an evil spooky spirit, an evil spooky monster. Okay, I'm gonna be eating, and we'll listen to this, and then once I'm done, we'll continue with my peepo art.
So I've got these radio clocks, so I've gone into the front room, and the clock in the front room, completely separate, runs on batteries, doing exactly the same thing. So I'm watching this thing, and over the course of the next couple of minutes, the seconds start to slow down. They're digital clocks, so the seconds start to slow down and it returns to normal. Some sort of time anomaly going on. Mm-hmm. I was able to witness that, so I don't know how that worked.
Yeah,
it's like in a bubble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And something else we've noticed as well, people around us are being affected. And it wasn't until I went through that book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, that it suddenly clicked, the virus model. And it spreads like a virus. It's gone to my boy, it's gone to one of his...
Wait, what is this book? Skinwalkers in the Pentagon? Did I hear that correctly? Skinwalkers in the Pentagon. An insider's account of the secret government UFO program, October 10th, 2021, by James Lakatsky. I'll go ahead and add this to my list of books to read. My list of books grows longer and longer. Who's this author again? James Lakatsky. James Lakatsky. Okay. I will check that one out later as well.
School friends, they're getting TDT as well, and it's spreading around and it's moving around. Just like you pick up a hitchhiker and it follows you home, and then it goes it starts doing things to the neighbours and stuff like that. It's all there. It's the same sort of framework.
Well, this is again theory. Kind of what we've figured out is with this hitchhiker thing. Okay, it's like when I had the blue orb, when I was listening and I thought something had followed me home. Okay, it's like in paranormal we hear, be careful what you're doing, something could attach itself to you and follow you home. So it's literally the same kind of concept, but it seems to be in this TDT, this stuff spreading. When Paul's talking like a virus, it's like when you talk about it, you believe it, and then you start researching it or talking about it. It's like you're susceptible to it happening to you, if that makes sense. It's like it's same kind of concept as like a ghost following you. It's like this stuff starts happening, the TDT and everything.
We call it the Eye of Sauron. You put on the ring and the big eye turns and looks at you.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I've experienced, very similar things. Have you, either of you, ever experienced in these sort of abduction type things something that seemed kind of silly or ridiculous? Something that like just completely odd?
I've never really experienced.
Okay, I guess regarding that Eye of Sauron statement, I wonder if it differs from person to person based off of their spiritual strength. Because from my personal experience, back when I was a teenager and I used to go watch these UFO videos on YouTube, I got that sort of sense of paranoia and spookiness. I believe it was the Arizona Lights. It must have been like 2005? 1997, yeah, Phoenix, Arizona UFO lights. Okay, this video. So I guess I'll do a quick recap of my history, looking into spooky things like paranormal. So these are... This is footage from 1997 of UFO lights above Phoenix, Arizona. I believe that the following day, the city or something, some official body, governing body, made a statement that they were either flares or a military exercise, and these were planes. But that doesn't explain, I guess at least to me and most people, it doesn't really explain how they are able to maintain formation and hover in place with, like, it doesn't look like helicopter lights, it doesn't look like plane lights, it doesn't look like flares, there's no flickering. It maintains this formation. And then I think the governor or whoever, he walked up to the press conference, the stage, and then at some point shortly after he started talking or whatever, he said, we got one of the aliens, and he has this stupid like plastic alien, just to make fun of people who thought they were Great Lamaux for real. But anyway, back in those days, I got pretty... I got served into the YouTube algorithm of aliens, and I did get that feeling of being spooked and paranoid. The feds are gonna get me, that kind of feeling, because I know the truths. And then some years later, I was looking into the shadow people and jinn and such. And this was even before I ever had my first sleep paralysis instance. And so I can totally understand that feeling of being watched and maybe inviting stuff like that. But these days, when I look into and read stuff about aliens and ghosts and big feets and skinwalkers, I don't feel that sense of nervousness, of paranoia, of maybe occasionally once or twice a year I feel it. So I wonder if maybe because now I am spiritually stronger, and maybe because my relationship with God is stronger, it's not the base default Catholicism that I inherited from church and parents. It's my own, and because I think maybe I have a better grasp of it and a better grasp of myself, maybe that's why I don't, like these guys said, I don't, these things don't follow me. Or it might be some other reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm protected by God. Maybe I have an angelic shield around me. I have no idea. It's all just speculation. I am not an exorcist like the other guy we read about earlier. And so I wonder if this Eye of Sauron thing is true. And I also therefore wonder if one's spiritual journey and where they are can act as a strong buffer for these things happening to you. I'm very curious about that. I would have to ask people. Maybe people who are involved in the church. But I highly doubt they would be willing to entertain such a statement, such an idea. And that's, if I ever do go into much deeper research, that'll be one of the things, the Eye of Sauron, that I'll have to dig deep into. Okay, let me go back a couple minutes on the video.
Kind of concept, but it seems to be in this TDT, this stuff spreading when Paul's talking like a virus. It's like when you talk about it, you believe it, and then you start researching it or talking about it. It's like you're susceptible to it happening to you, if that makes sense. It's like it's same kind of concept as like a ghost following you. It's like this stuff starts happening, the TDT and everything.
We call it the Eye of Sauron. You put on the ring and the big eye turns and looks at you.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I've experienced, very similar things. Have you, either of you, ever experienced in these sort of abduction type things something that seemed kind of silly or ridiculous? Something that like just completely odd?
I've never really experienced anything like that, but I know what you're talking about. Mine has always been the gray, the typical, just like I've been saying, it's the communion cover to me is the best representation of what a gray looks like. A little bit different, but that's pretty much nailed it. I've always seen that. Now, if you read Lovelace's book, maybe this is what you're talking about. When he was a kid, he would see what he called the monkey men. They would almost look like like they were wearing monkey masks, or these weird kind of masks. It was weird, frightening at the same time. It's like it's silly and frightening and crazy at the same time, where they didn't look like typical grays, but it was like monkey men. And his cousin started having the same kind of things happen, and I think that he talks about that in the follow-up book, Devil's Den: The Reckoning. His cousin Gerald was seeing like clowns. They were almost like little big clown guys.
Yeah, so the most recent time that I actually saw them, it was a particularly rough patch I was having in my life. This was in December.
Okay, that sounds super spooky. The fucking clowns. I'm gonna start doing research into this, and I'm gonna find the demonic clowns and the demonic monkeys and the demonic Mickey Mouses. Let me go ahead and add these books here. Terry Lovelace, Devil's Den: The Reckoning. What's his other one that he mentioned before? Esquire. He's a lawyer. Incident at Devil's Den. Okay, well, we'll just keep Terry Lovelace in mind. That does also remind me, I was listening to, this was years and years ago, I'm pretty sure it's a well-documented thing. I believe it was Blair White. She said the first time she went on, was it mushrooms? Was it DMT? Ayahuasca? I don't remember. But there's this supposedly, there are these elves that you see who are like, they don't, you can't see them in this realm, but when you're high, when you're in whatever transitional space the shrooms take you, or whichever of the 500 bajillion different drugs it was, you can see the elves, and sometimes they give you information. And so I had heard about that as well. I do need to see if that's at all in a similar, I guess we'll just say dimension for simplicity's sake. I wonder if that's a similar plane in which they exist with these spooky monkeys, spooky clowns, and Grey Lamaus.
Of a few years back, I fell asleep. We have a little kind of den library TV room kind of thing, and I fell asleep there, and I woke up, and I'm sure you understand when I say like I was awake. You know, people will say, "Well, you were just dreaming," but it's like, no, it's like you're super aware. It's like you're more than awake, you know. And there were a bunch of grays, more than I'd ever seen, packed in this little room with me. And I don't like them. I've had not good experiences with them in general. But this time they looked like they were all dressed up in Native American tribal gear if they were doing like a powwow dance, right? But if you can imagine, it was all colored like 1980s like glam rock neon stuff, right? So none of it looked natural, like big neon green feathers and breastplates that were like purple and pink and stuff. It's ridiculous. They absolutely look ridiculous. And they started dancing around in a circle. It was almost humorous, you know, almost where I was like, what's going on? And almost started laughing at them, which would be very unusual for me because we have like I said, not a great relationship with these things. But, you know, I don't remember them disappearing. I can't say they faded out or anything. They just weren't there, right? And I'm sitting up in bed. So it's not like I woke up from a dream or anything. They're just not there all of a sudden. And a moth flies down, a big moth, you know, maybe 1.5 inches, 2 inches, lands in my hair at my right ear and starts buzzing. So here you have the buzzing sound, but it's caused by a moth right there in my right ear, just buzzing away. I reach up and kind of flick the moth out of my hair. It flies away. I never did find that moth. There shouldn't have been moths in December. They're done by then. I never did find that moth. I love moths. I used to sit out at night with a black light and just, kind of note all the different kinds of moths that showed up and everything. So I'm very fond of moths, but I would have loved to see what kind it was. I know it was big, but beyond that, I never did find that moth. But it was, very strange experience. Most of my other ones have been more like, the ones you described, very disturbing and upsetting. This, like I said, it was almost humorous. It was almost ridiculous. But ending with the moth like that, getting the buzzing sound, but getting it from what seemed like a natural creature was very odd.
Yeah, that is crazy. That would scare me to death. I don't really want to. Paralyzation abductions to me are scary enough. I had the 18 thing happen. That was over the top for me. I always say that's when I figured out true terror. Like, I don't ever want to see him again. Like, that would scare me to death, experiencing what you're talking about with that. But, you're mentioning the moth. Paul will know what I'm talking about, where I'm going with this one. I've noticed a lot. I have a lot of times robins will, I'll open the window and I'll have like robins staring at me, like in our yard. I was at the Maple Hill Cemetery, which is a big cemetery up in Huntsville, and I had one that would, I was streaming Paul when this happened. It was like sitting on this tombstone. I look over and I'm like, well, the robin's back, because it's like, just sitting there staring at me. And but what you're talking about, it kind of reminds me of what Mike Clellan talks about in some of his books. Have you ever read his stuff?
Yeah, I'm friends with Mike.
Oh, cool. I would love to talk to Mike Clellan. He's so cool. He had the owls with his, and you've apparently had now a moth. And I have a lot of weird things happen like that with robins. So I don't know if they use that kind of stuff to communicate with us or try to, or, what's your take?
Yeah, I think absolutely. It's some kind of, they work in symbols, right? So, and they find symbols that mean things to people. I had owl stuff happen to me after reading Mike's book, after a lifetime of growing up on a farm and barely ever seeing an owl. I read Mike's book and I have a whole bunch of owl synchronicities just flying at me left and right after that. So I blame Mike for
That's pretty convenient. He mentioned the robins, and the first thing that came to mind was the owl from the fourth kind? Is that what it is? I brought it up last time too. Check. The fourth kind. Yes, the fourth kind. The 2009 film documentary kind of thingy. Is a 2009 science fiction thriller film. Oh no, the film received negative reviews and grossed $47.7 million worldwide. Unlucky. Well, yeah, in this one there's a spooky Emotes, and there's an owl that appears several times. Which actually kind of makes sense if they actually are gray llamaus and they're at the window. You would probably initially see it as an owl because of the big eyes. So, quite convenient. I don't know when this interview was recorded. What the heck? Patches. What the heck? The kitty's being crazy. Okay, I just had to go make sure she wasn't fighting an alien. But yeah, the owls. I wonder if that's a form that they take, or if that's what we interpret from our spooked, just barely awake perspective. That's another thing I would have to dive into.
For that, but never had them before, but now owls are a fairly consistent thing in my life.
Huh.
Never before. In fact, as a kid, I remember being upset. Like, we had a barn and no barn owls. So I was like, I always wanted to see owls when I was a kid. Never, grew up on a farm. Maybe saw one or two, maybe, before reading Mike's book, and then now they're just all the time owls. But yeah, I think this stuff it speaks to us in symbols in a lot of times. I think dreams are part of this as well, and I've said recently that I think if they can't reach you in waking life, and sometimes they can't because we're busy people. We got to live our life. We got day-to-day stuff we have to take care of. They'll reach you in dreams, and that's a difficult thing because, of course, everyone wants to say, "Well, you're just dreaming. It's all just dreams." Then, I feel like there's a difference between, like the Aboriginal people, like big dreams, little dreams. Some dreams you're just processing what happened during the day, but I think if you're tuned in, I think when a big dream happens, when you're given important information. So yeah, there's so many layers in this stuff, and symbolism's part of it for sure.
What happened? What are you going crazy for?
The rabbit hole goes
Chill,
really
buddy.
deep with this whole thing, and like I've said probably several times, I'll keep saying it too, is we really don't know what any of this stuff is. It's just we know it's there, and we know it's continuing. Like I had a screenshot. I screenshotted the phone this morning. I had a 2:22 this morning. So it's like, it's just so weird when you have these. You're just you're dead asleep, and then you shock awake, and then you're pulling your phone, because I sleep with my phone near my head, and so you wake up, look at the phone, you're like, it's just happening again.
Literally happening all around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. So if you just there's thousands of people that are experiencing this, on a daily basis. The ultimate question is, why? And of course, we don't know that answer.
Have you ever gotten any weird phone calls or weird text messages or anything like that? Like anything with technology where like, it seems like it's a contact?
No,
Mm-hmm.
we've not had that happen yet, or anything like that. One of the last things that I had happen was more of the poltergeist stuff with the knocking. To recap on that one, I have the video of it. I let the dog out, and I'm walking away in the video, and you hear knock, 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 and it was loud, and I jerked my head. It was on the glass to the same area where I heard the bird chirping that time with the bird video I took. It was that glass to our back door, and it was clear as day. It was knocking on that, and I caught that on video. And then I have this video too. A couple of days later, me and my wife were sitting in our bedroom just watching some TV, had the TV down low. All of a sudden, the dog goes, the dog like growls, and then you hear this, and all my dogs are out in the backyard except for one. She's in her crate in there. And you hear the dog start growling. Me and my wife look at each other at the same time, because I believe dogs can pick up on this stuff. So the growl happens, and then bang, you hear like this loud bang. Scared us to death. Got up, go in there. I'm looking around. I don't see anything. I don't catch anything falling on the cameras. The only thing that I'm catching is the audio, and so I have a kitchen cam, and the kitchen cam is close to that dog crate, and you hear this, and it's really weird. I've never had this happen on these cameras, and they're good cameras. When you listen to this clip I have, probably from the paranormal world, when the theories of electromagnetic fields and all that kind of stuff. Listeners know all about that. Well, anyway, on this camera, you hear the dog start getting agitated. Right before the dog gets agitated, you hear like it almost sounds like mumbling, but it's probably like it sounds more like interference. You hear this charge building, and the dog barks. And I sent this video to Paul. He's heard it. The dog barks, and then you hear this loud bang, and then you hear more of that distortion. And then all of a sudden, the distortion just fades away, and the whole room is quiet as a mouse. That was really weird. I have no explanation for that.
I wanted to ask you, when you were talking about hearing the sort of disembodied voices, could you ever make out what they were saying?
Yes. Okay. I totally skipped over that. So this is the same time period, 21 to 22. This has happened several times. So the disembodied voices that I've heard, and my wife has heard these too, so it's not just me. Like for her, one example she had, I'm coming down the road. I'm almost home, coming home from work, and we have this like tracker on our phone, so we both know where we are. And when I get a certain distance from the house, it will even alert. So I'm right outside of that distance. She calls me on the phone, and she goes, "Hey, are you in the house right now?" And I was like, "No, I'm almost home. I'm running a couple minutes late." And she says, "Oh, okay. All right, see you when you get home." And she hangs up. I get home. Everything's normal. Go through the night. So we're going to work the next morning. And she doesn't like talking about any of this stuff in the house. So we're going to work the next morning. And she's like, "I just wanted to let you know the reason I called you last night was..."
Oh no, that sounds so spooky. She's so scared she doesn't even want to talk about it in the house. But, honestly, that makes sense based off my understanding of people who are inexperienced. That totally makes sense. It's one of those, you don't want to will it into existence, especially where you live, that's for sure.
Because she was in the bedroom area with the door open, and she thought she heard me having like a complete sentence with her and saying something like, paraphrasing here, it was something like, "Hey, where are you? What's going on?" Or something like that. And she thought it was me. She was like, "Hey, I'm in here." And then, there's no reply after that. And then that's when she's realizing, well, he didn't come in the other. She was thinking maybe I came in the other door. But then I wasn't here. And then I had an incident happen probably not too long after that, where I was in the kind of that hallway area. I was about to paint my son's room, and I heard her say, "Hey, do you have the pliers in there?" And she was in our bedroom doing some painting. I remember the house is shaped like an L. I'm at one tip of the L. She's at the other tip of the L. I heard her say about the pliers, and I said, "Yeah, I got them right here." So I get them, and I walk all the way, and I'm like expecting her to be right outside the door, and she's not there. So I go all the way around the house, and I'm like, hey, I get her attention, and she's got her earbuds in, so I have to come all the way in the room where she's painting, and I'm like, hey, here's the pliers, and she's like, why would I want the pliers? I'm painting. And so, she didn't ask me for those. And it's silly stuff like that. It's nothing to do with a message or with any of the stuff we're talking about. It's just silly, weird stuff. And then I had another couple of times too with the metallic voice where I've heard growls. Like one night, I forgot to bring this up too earlier. I was having an abduction type experience that's turned into like a TDT wake up, and in this one that I had, there was like 3 around the bed as normal, but I can actually hear voices talking. And this is after me and Paul were well into our research. This is before the synchronicity event happened that we were talking about with the radio at the same time. I heard 3 around my bed, and I heard them say Paul's name. I heard them. I can't make out what they said before it, but it was like something, and it's in that metallic growly voice. It's like something Paul Jones. And then right when they said his name, I woke up, and it was 3:33.
Wow.
Yeah, the most recent metallic voice that I heard was I was laying asleep several weeks back, just starting to go to sleep, and in my left ear, I heard in that same growly metallic voice, it said "hello there," and it's giving me chills thinking about it. And it was
he became the spirit of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It was like right into my ear, Tim. It was pretty scary. And the reason I bring that up is because, Paul, you remember another member of our group had basically the exact same phrase. That she's in the UK too. The exact same phrase in the exact same. And even when we were talking about it, she was like, and it was in this weird growly metallic voice.
Wow.
And I had never told her about that.
And that's the thing. What sort of poltergeist can do synchronistic events on opposite sides of the planet?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not normal, is it?
I mean, whatever this stuff is. Like I said, it doesn't seem to be constrained by the same laws we are. Let's put it that way.
It's not constrained by the same laws that we think of. If a poltergeist, as the definition goes, is a mischievous spirit that's confined to a space, it's not going to do the same thing. If the traditional explanation of that is correct, it's not going to do that to me, and then the exact same one in a different part of the world going to do the exact same thing to another person that's familiar with the same person that just had it happen to them. And I've researched a lot of cases, and I've never heard somebody claiming a poltergeist did something like that. And to me, that's just another reinforcement of it being some, the Passport to Magonia book, where the gray is wearing like all these different masks.
Right.
It's just like from Ballet. It's like the new cover. I mean, as we've said again, and we'll keep saying it, this whatever this is, it's just wearing all these different masks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I kind of use, one catch-all term, just call it the other, because don't know what it is, but it all seems to be connected. Have you, or do you know anyone who has tried sleeping with the lights on, as silly as that sounds? And I'll tell you why in a second.
I still do it.
And it doesn't help?
It sometimes helps.
Okay.
To be honest, it sometimes helps. It's not a 100% though.
Mm-hmm.
It's in my experience, it's not a 100%. But I tell you what happened. Several events. You can probably guess what one of them was. One of them was the 18 encounter. One of them was that voice I just told you about. And then right after I heard those knocks, like after I heard that the knock and the bang. So there's been 3 times really recently that after that's happened, I've left the big bright light on in the room where it's almost you can't sleep because it's so bright. But just in my experience with leaving the light on, it helps, but it's not a 100% block to this thing.
TDT can get you in the daytime as well.
Mm.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. To test it out, when it was going really thick with me, I decided to leave and go to the south coast, which is about 130 miles away, to see if I could run away from it, and it followed me.
Mm.
With the lights on, did you have a theory on the leaving the light on, Tim?
So, my wife has slept with the light on since she was a little kid. She saw things in a room when she was a little kid, and always slept with the light on. I had convinced her for a time to sleep with the light off when we got together, and she had an incident, and it was very strange because I had never told anyone about these abduction, and I put abduction in quotes. I don't think whatever happened, like with you, I think it's happening in my room. I don't think I'm being carried away, at least not in most cases. But I'd never told anybody but my wife. And this night, I told a friend of ours. This is the first person, other than my wife, I told you. In the early 90s, you tell people stuff like this, and, of course, the jokes go right to, oh, did you get probed? It's like, so you just didn't tell people about it. So, we were hanging out with this guy and, got to talking about deep subjects and stuff, and I finally, I told him, first person I told other than my wife. Well, that night, we go back and we're sleeping in my wife's childhood bedroom at her parents' house. She wakes up screaming, so we were sleeping with the light out, and she saw what several people on my podcast have since come and talked about this flannel man entity, this guy that looks like a lumberjack standing at our feet. And ever since then, she's, lights are on again, right? So she sleeps with the light on. Last year, I went to a cryptid conference in West Virginia, and my research buddy and I rented a Airbnb down there, and it was back in this hollow outside of Morgantown, West Virginia. And we got there and we're unloading our stuff before we go to the conference. And I said, look at this place. Bigfoot's going to come out of the woods and knock on the side of the house tonight. Jokingly.
Yeah.
We go to the conference, go back, etc. And I'm thinking, I can sleep with the light out tonight. My wife's not here. I'll sleep with the light out. Maybe I'll get a good night's sleep. This kind of thing. I go to sleep and I have this dream, and I wish I would have looked at the time when I woke up from this dream. Now that you're talking about this triple digit stuff, I don't know what time I woke up, but anyway, in this dream, I'm getting texts, and this is why I asked about technology. I'm getting texts from Grays, and I don't know how I knew they were coming from Grays, but they were from Grays. They're coming in on my phone, and you're not supposed to be able to read in your dreams, but I was able to read these just fine. And the text came up in red boxes. They didn't look like other texts with, I think, gold around them. It's like a gold frame around them. But they're coming in like regular text on my phone. It was a whole series, and I only remembered the last one. And the last one said, when you sleep with the light on, you're only avoiding confrontation with us.
Wow.
I wake up, sit up in bed, right above my head on the outside of the house, bang, loud as can be. Loud as can be. And I thought, I'm not dealing with this right now. I'm not going outside to look for Sasquatch. I got up, I used the restroom, went back to sleep. Nothing else happened, but there was no way I was going out and trying to deal with that at that point. After a long day, I was tired, and I just did not feel like dealing with it. But that absolutely happened, and I woke up and bang, just right above my head on the outside wall. Right now, I'm wishing I would have looked at the time when I woke up.
You need to, that's definitely something you need to start doing, or trying to remember to do, is looking right at your phone or whatever you have. And what's crazy too about I was thinking about this, we keep talking about these voices, and you were asking about the voices, is even people like Les Stroud has said that he's, everybody knows who Les Stroud is, the Survivor Man. He heard when he was doing his Survivor Man Bigfoot show, he would later say I can't remember, I think it's the Smoky Mountain episode. If you watch that and then you see some of his interviews later, that was the episode that he actually had a Mind Speak event happen with one of these, whatever they are, doing the metallic sounding voice Mind Speak to him. That he later said in an interview when he's heard some of these voices, they've been metallic. So that's another weird thing about these voices.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that exact interview from Les Stroud. he has uploaded his, I think the majority, if not all of his Survivor Man series on his YouTube channel, as well as the Big Feats one. And he did upload I guess I'll call it another episode of Big Feats. But it wasn't a produced one with, is it Discover? Is that who he worked with? It was just like him and a camera guy. And in that episode, he did mention they spent the night out in the woods. And he did mention the orbs. Let's see if I can pull up that one. I forget where. I think these guys mentioned it as well last time. In the previous episode. They mentioned where. Maybe it wasn't Let's Shop. Maybe I'm thinking of something else where there's somebody else. May have been a Sasquatch Chronicles episode where some guy is like walking down a driveway to get home, and then there's a tree line on the left and on the right of the driveway, the paved road. And I think on one side he does see a figure, and then he hears the mind speak say, "You can come with us," or whatever. Or maybe it was the Stroud. I'm not sure. I'd have to take notes. Let's go look at the Stroud Bigfoot. Okay, so here is the entire playlist. Where is his super duper special episode? Willow Creek, no. Smoky Mountains. I might get copy strike. It's probably still owned by Discover. Does it say here? No, it doesn't say in the description which network has it. Okay, let me not show this on screen in case I get copy striked.
And I can leave no stone unturned, lest I be criticized for lack of effort.
Alright, so here's the deal. Come back into this point of land just outside of the Smoky Mountains. Nice shaped rocks and things like that. You just want to see trees.
Smoky Mountains of Tennessee.
Perimeter check done.
Bigfoot, was it a bonus episode, I guess? Fuck, did he delete it? Could it be this one? Clem 2 BC? No, I don't think it's this one. Fuck. Well, I'll find it later. I'll post it in the Big Feats, the spooky monster ghost channel on Discord. Once I find it. Oh wait, is it this one? I think it's this one. Portland, Oregon. Never before seen episode. I think it is this one. Yeah, this is it. Ah!
There's Devin. See?
Okay, so he and this camera guy, they're going to spend the night out here. And he does mention without the cameras running, because clearly from what he has seen, from what his investigation has shown, they are aware of what cameras are and they do not want to be seen. And even if you have infrared or night vision, they are elusive regardless, which explains why they're hard to spot.
There's fire. There's night.
So that's basically the majority of the episode, and then this part here is his conclusion. It's about 6 minutes. 1.5 times speed. this is what he concludes ultimately. And I believe, this wasn't an officially produced episode of Survivor Man Big Feats. It's just his own little thingy with a GoPro and stuff. So here's his ultimate state. I guess the Lestrade channel does indeed have a thingy. Let me see if I can get this back up. Why do you gotta do this to me? I don't know if it's back up yet. It says we've detected the video in your stream belonging to someone else, so let's go ahead and let that subside. And we'll see if we can get away with just the audio. I think typically it's pretty quick. And on my screen the warning just stays there for a second. Let me see. Oh, okay, there we go. That seems better. Okay, let's see if the audio will go. I think when I first watched this episode, I had not yet heard anybody else mention the orbs and the lights, so Lestrade here saying it was the first time I became aware that this was a thing that was somehow associated with Big Feats and other spooky lights in the forests, which I guess back in the 90s and the early 2000s would have been called just swamp gas. But this is the first time I've heard someone credible mention it in the presence of potential Big Feats, as well as just a phenomena that occurs while you're out in the woods. So this is my first time hearing this. And that is that. First comment. Les says phenomena 79 times. You're welcome. Nice meme. Well, I'll have to go through my Lestrade library of content to find that exact instance where he mentions the mind speak. The Big Feats tells him, "We're up here on this hill. You wanna come?" And then Lestrade responds, "I'm not ready yet." And then they say, "Okay," and then they leave. I gotta find that. It may have been earlier in this episode, but I'm not gonna bother skimming through the entire thing right now. I'll do that later. But they're talking here about Lestrade's Big Feet stuff. I am mostly aware of, I think, everything he's done regarding Big Feets and the lights. So anyway, back to this Strange Familiars episode.
Well, like Lestrade has said that he's, everybody knows who Lestrade is, the Survivor Man. He heard when he was doing his Survivor Man Bigfoot show, he would later say I can't remember, I think it's the Smoky Mountain episode. If you watch that and then you see some of his interviews later, that was the episode that he actually had a Mind Speak event happen with one of these whatever they are doing the metallic sounding voice might speak to him. But he later said in an interview when he's heard some of these voices, they've been metallic. So that's another weird thing about these voices.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of time these voices, they're metallic voices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I am excited about this. I guess you guys are going to continue doing your research. How big is the group that you're researching with?
We have about 8 people in our group right now, and we're always looking to expand it. We're not going to stop researching this. It's a daily thing. We communicate on a daily basis, and we have, we'll video chat, take notes, follow up on what's happened, but our whole group is pretty active. We just want answers to what's going on. That's the main thing. We don't know what it is,
mm-hmm.
but we just want to try to find answers as to what exactly this thing is that's messing with our lives.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know in the end if we get answers. I think it's worth looking at. I think this is part of the human experience, and I think more people have things happen than ever admit. More people have things happen than ever realize. But in general, folklore has been discussing this, for centuries before you and I were around. This has been happening to our ancestors. This is part of the human experience. All of this, I don't know if we get to figure it out, but it's certainly worth looking into, because what a big part of the experience, the human experience this is. I support any kind of research, especially open-minded research. When you say things like, I don't know what it is, but it does this, this, and this. This is, the kind of research that I think I do as well. I'm not trying to say it's this or it's that. I'm just saying, like, hey, this happened, and it also happened over here.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And we're fine with people, contacting us if they've had any of these kind of TDT experiences. We have a TDT research email. If you're okay with us giving that out.
Absolutely.
Okay. It's TDT research team at gmail.com. That's TDT research team at gmail.com. And we're fine with anybody messaging us. We will get back to everybody as quick as we can, and we'll help listen, whatever people need from us. We'll do our best to help them through this.
I wonder if I should email them that one dream I had with the Great Lamaux, where I had to jump across the street and to get my Risk of Rain multi-shop, but then the aliens appeared and they let me drown. I wonder if I should tell them that dream. That'd be pretty cool. See what they say.
Support each other through it.
Fantastic.
Yep.
I'll put that email in the show notes as well when we drop this episode. And I'd like to touch base, in the future. I think stuff's going to keep happening for you guys, and I'd love to kind of stay in touch, and at least we can document some other experiences. Maybe we get answers, maybe we don't, but I'd love to touch base and see what else is going on with you in the future.
Absolutely, man. We look forward to continuing to let you know what's going on and working with you.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
I don't know if he's got anything else here at the end.
You can join
the sponsor read. Okay. Well, that is that one. Let's see, what's next? What's next on the Spooky Monsters docket? I do know that there's this one video that was in my Unseen World channel about the native Bigfoot. Okay, what's this one about?
Hello there, guys.
An hour?
Yes, after
an hour 15. The Native Bigfoot by Trey the Explainer. Okay, here is the description reads, I do want to clarify, or I guess I should open this. He has a link to an original 1929 magazine Sasquatch article, page 6. What's this about? McLean's magazine, page 6. Introduction, BC's Hairy Giants. Let's do a one-page view here. This is a massive scan. What is this? Let's see. Introducing BC's Hairy Giants, a collection of strange tales about British Columbia's wild men as told by those who say they have seen them. By J.W. Burns, are the vast mountain solitudes of British Columbia, of which very few have been so far explored, populated by a hairy race of giants, men, not ape-like. Reports from time to time, covering a period of many years, have come from the hinterlands of the province that hairy giants have been occasionally seen by Indian and white trappers in the mountain fastness with an F, not V. From white trappers in the mountain fastness far away from the pathway of civilization. These reports, however, were always vague and indefinite, for the reason that no person could be found, or at least nobody came forward with the information that they had obtained a close-up view of these strange creatures. Persistent rumors led the writer to make diligent inquiries among old Indians. The question relating to the subject was always, or nearly always, evaded with the trite excuse, quote, "The white man don't believe, he make joke of the Indian." But after 2 years of plodding, P-L-O-D-D-I-N-G, plodding, I have come into possession of information more definite and authentic than has come to light at any previous time. Disregarding rumor and hearsay, I have prevailed upon men who claim they had actual contact with these hairy giants to tell what they know about them. Their story is set down here in good faith. Peter Williams lives on the Chehales Reserve. I believe that he is reliable as well as an intelligent Indian. He gave me the following thrilling account of his experience with these people. Peter's encounter with a giant. One evening in the month of May 20 years ago, he said, I was walking along the foot of the mountain about a mile from the Chehales Reserve. I thought I heard a noise, something like a grunt nearby. A grunt? Looking in the direction in which it came, I was startled to see what I took at first sight to be a huge bear crouched upon a boulder, 20 or 30 feet away. I raised my rifle to shoot it, but as I did, the creature stood up and let out a piercing yell. It was a man, a giant no less than 6 1/2 feet in height, and covered with hair. He was in a rage and jumped from the boulder to the ground. I fled, but not before I felt his breath upon my cheek. What the heck? He leapt that far? Was it 30 feet, 30 yards? 20 or 30 feet away. So he leapt that distance and he felt the monster's breath on his cheek. I never ran so fast before or since, through brush and undergrowth toward the Statlu or Chehase River, where my dugout was moored. From time to time I looked back over my shoulder. The giant was fast overtaking me. 100 feet separated us. Another look and the distance measured less than 50. Then the Chehales, and in a moment the dugout shot across the stream to the opposite bank. The swift river, however, did not in the least daunt the giant, for he began to wade it immediately. I wonder if he reads this article and doesn't look like it. Or if he does, he doesn't have it on screen the entire time. Oh, he does read it here, I think. Origins of Sasquatch at 40 minutes. Introducing BC's hairy giants. Yep, this is the article. Okay, well, he goes through some of it, so I guess I'll let him read the rest. I will skip past the parts that I read, and then he'll do the rest. Okay, so let's get started with this stinky. Pull that shit up here. Picture in picture. Let's kill this. Full screen there. Okay, let's go.
After all these years, Cryptid Profile is back, and today we are talking about Bigfoot, a highly requested cryptid that basically needs no introduction. Somewhere between 10 to 13% of Americans believe Bigfoot, or Sasquatch as it is sometimes called, is a real living creature. Now there is a small population of this elusive ape species still hiding out within the forests of North America. Without a doubt, it is the most famous and most sought-after cryptid. There is so much material to discuss when it comes to Bigfoot, to the point that you could build, and people have built, entire museums and libraries around the creature. Because of this, I thought it best to start by examining just one aspect of the Bigfoot phenomena, and for the time being, ignore everything else. Ignore the footprints, and the photographs, and the eyewitness reports, and the butt prints. In preparation for this video, I totally immersed myself in Bigfoot believing culture.
We can use the butt print, we can use the butt cast to make some pretty cool products that may or may not require the shape and the form and the texture and roughness of a Bigfeet's butt. Maybe this is a product I should bring to the market.
Sure. The culture of the 10 to 13% of people fully convinced that Bigfoot exists. I wanted to truly understand their position and why they are so convinced. I watched several Bigfoot documentaries, read several Bigfoot books written by Bigfoot experts, and visited several Bigfoot-themed museums across the country.
He's got my book. He's got Man Like Monsters on Trial. What are the other ones I had there?
Years, and from coast to coast exists. I wanted to truly understand their position and why they are so convinced. I watched several Bigfoot documentaries, read several
Let's see, Forbidden Bigfoot by Lisa A. I can't tell who that one is, the last name. The Sasquatch People, I cannot at all read that title. Why is it red text? Red font on black background. The Sasquatch People and their, is that supposed to say interdimensional connection? By Kewani Lapseridi. Then The Track of the Sasquatch by John Green, the YouTuber. Man Like Monsters on Trial, and he has here also Meet the Sasquatch by, I believe it says Christopher L. Murphy, in association with John Green and Thomas Steenberg.
Bigfoot books written by Bigfoot experts and visited several Bigfoot-themed museums across.
He didn't do Dr. Meldrum's book. I guess maybe that was a bit more recent. This video was published February 8th, 2024, but I believe Dr. Meldrum's book was maybe mid-2010s. Sasquatch Legend meets Science. Dr. Meldrum. This book is 2006. He would have known about this book. I imagine he probably did read it. He just didn't include the cover there on his list of books.
Across the country. It was a long journey that took me over 2 years, and from coast to coast of the United States. I saw things you people wouldn't believe.
Oh my god.
Out of all the evidence I encountered, there was one aspect of Bigfoot that the anthropologist in me found most intriguing. And this was the claim that Bigfoot, or Sasquatch as we know it, commonly appears in Native American stories and folklore. The indigenous peoples of North America, collectively and variously known as Native Americans, American Indians, or First Nations, have been living on this continent for tens of thousands of years. Since time immemorial, they have been learning, dreaming, and thriving in this land. And like any other people, they told stories. Stories about anything and everything, from what plants were safe or poisonous, to recollections of long-standing feuds between different tribes, to humanity's place in the cosmos and the origins of the universe. Legends, mythologies, histories, and any other type of story you can think of. For the majority of history, many of these people did not have writing, and so these stories and traditions were passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. Whole Bibles worth of information kept alive by skilled storytellers and elders. Some, but unfortunately not all of
You mean oral tradition, just like how Homer's epics survived?
these stories survive to this day within living communities. Some of these have even been recorded on pen and paper and translated into English for outsiders to enjoy. A significant amount of Bigfoot enthusiasts have taken a keen interest in these Native American stories, as they believe the creature known to us as Bigfoot was commonly known to the various cultures and tribes of the past by a different name. Although each tribe had a unique name for the creature we now call Bigfoot, many seem to describe the same entity. Of course, none of these stories directly use the term Bigfoot, but that would be expected since the term was only invented in the 1950s. Native Americans and First Nation peoples have been in North America for thousands of years. Their interaction with the environment left them as experts of nature. If Bigfoot is real, Native people would have the earliest and longest contact with the species. Their experiences would be recorded in their stories and traditions. This concept, that descriptions of a creature like Bigfoot can consistently be found in the stories of tribes across North America, is widespread within the Bigfoot-believing community. For example, the Expedition Bigfoot Museum in Georgia devotes an entire section of the museum to this claim. An exhibit shows a wall of masks and artwork claiming to be Native American depictions of Bigfoot. There is an animated movie that repeats this claim, and even a sign that displays a list of 76, quote, Native American Sasquatch names. Likewise, Bigfoot documentaries commonly reserve a segment of the runtime to briefly mention Native American stories supposedly describing a creature like Bigfoot.
The names of the creature across the country vary from tribe to tribe. Stickman, Basket Woman, Yayali. Yet description.
I was listening to an episode of Sasquatch Chronicles maybe 2 months ago, maybe it was last year even, and this one Canadian First Nations guy was telling an old story about a basket woman. I wonder if this is the same origin here from whichever tribe they're talking about here. That was a pretty interesting story. I tried to track it down, but I could not find it for the life of me, so I'll have to go back because it was pretty cool. I think I'll save it for once I actually have it, rather than try to explain it.
Are remarkably similar, despite the large distances between tribes. Distances that would have made it difficult, if not impossible, to share information about the creature.
Lauren Coleman, a prominent cryptozoologist and Bigfoot expert, once stated, "The first Americans acknowledged these hairy races, and their tales come down to us in the records that ethnographers, folklorists, and anthropologists have preserved and overlooked essays on hairy giant legends and myths. Examining these closely, a pattern begins to emerge of Bigfoot revealed." The local Native American, Native Canadian, and Inuit accounts discuss the ancient traditions of these hairy human-like beings with words special for each linguistic and tribal group. It is often driven home that these descriptions are not of spiritual or supernatural beings, but real flesh and blood creatures.
There is no tribe that suggests that he is anything other than a physical being, living in the same physical dimensions as humans and other animals.
Landmark Bigfoot expert John Green once criticized anthropologists in general
John Green, the YouTuber,
for underappreciating or ignoring Indian accounts of the Sasquatch. "I am certain that they would treat the Sasquatch by any of its various names as a mythical being, no matter what an Indian informant might tell them." There are countless Bigfoot books and publications that promote or at least discuss this idea. Several pieces of indigenous artwork are often claimed to be depictions of Bigfoot. Many gift shops around the country sell merchandise using similar portrayals of Bigfoot that imitate Native American art styles. The notion that Native Americans and Bigfoot have an ancient and deep connection is so commonplace that it even ends up in Bigfoot movies, like the critically acclaimed Suburban Sasquatch. Even one of the most popular alternative names for Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, has Native American origins. Bigfoot being supported by Native American folklore is so commonplace that it has seemingly been accepted as fact by the entirety of the Bigfoot-believing community. It is something nobody even seems to question within these circles. Bigfoot proponents find the prevalence of these stories to be strong evidence confirming the existence of an upright walking, non-human ape existing in North America for thousands of years. It shows that the creature is not a recent phenomena, but something people on this continent have been seeing for a long time. And I will admit, it would be strange if the indigenous peoples of the Americas, who lived here for tens of thousands of years, didn't record the existence of something like Bigfoot if it existed. It is perfectly logical to infer that if Bigfoot existed, creatures matching its description should appear in Native American stories and art. And Bigfoot believers, or Bigfooters as they sometimes call themselves, claim this is in fact the case. The evidence is all around us. But is it really though? Here's the thing. Throughout my research, I saw a lot of Native American words and artwork thrown around and quoted in books, TV shows, and museums. But most of these sources leave it at that. They don't dig deeper than the surface level or really tell you what these stories say about the creatures named. It appears that few people, even within the Bigfoot community, have actually taken the time to go through these stories and examine the details. And as far as I know, nobody has done something this extensive from a skeptical point of view. I wanted to come in as an outside party to investigate the veracity of such a big claim. Are Bigfoot-like creatures really mentioned in Native American stories, legends, and folklore? To begin my project, I thought it best to gather a thorough list of all the names claimed to represent Native American accounts of Bigfoot. Assembling a list like this wasn't that hard. As mentioned in the intro, the Museum Expedition Bigfoot provides its visitors with one such list, containing the names of 76 different creatures and the Native American culture groups or tribes from which they originate. Lists like these are common among Bigfoot publications. I collected at least 6 different ones. But there was one list that was well regarded as the most comprehensive collection of indigenous stories and a must-read for any cryptozoologist. A book titled Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, Bigfoot in Native Culture by Kathy Moskowitz-Strain. Whenever I tried to find information on the native Bigfoot, I kept on encountering this particular book and its author. I found it in the gift shops for both Expedition Bigfoot in Georgia and Sasquatch the Legend in Forks, Washington. Yes, I visited both these locations in person for this video. Several famous Bigfoot influencers and experts have recommended this book. Kathy Moskowitz-Strain herself is highly regarded among Bigfoot experts. She gave a lecture on Native American knowledge of Sasquatch at the International Cryptozoology Conference in 2016. Lauren Coleman, one of the most famous cryptozoologists in the world, has recommended Kathy for the Bigfooter of the Year award for her research. Rictor Riolo of Spike TV fame stated in a review that Kathy Strain is my personal Obi-Wan Kenobi and mentor. The photos, the history, and dedication Mrs. Strain gave this book will enrich you as the reader. To know about Sasquatch, you must know about the people that first told the white man about these hairy giants, monsters, and cannibals. It is not unfair to say that this book and its author are considered the foremost authorities on Bigfoot in Native American culture by the wider Bigfoot community. So I thought it wise to buy myself a copy. Well, 2 copies. Kathy's book is very comprehensive and I dare say impressive. It contains around 142 different names, collected from 57 different tribes or cultural groups for creatures that Kathy regards as Bigfoot-like in nature. She created this collection by reading tons of different Native American stories, collected from many sources and many different tribes. And thankfully for us, Kathy reproduced all these stories in her book, 157 of them in total. At first glance, it is a very impressive collection, and the sheer number of stories pleads a strong case in favor of the Bigfoot cause. For each one, Kathy Strain provided details or citations on the primary sources, where each story originally came from. This is important, as it tells us things like who told the story, what tribe or nation were they from, and on what year were they recorded or at least published. These primary sources vary greatly. The vast majority of them were interviews with Native American elders that were typically conducted by anthropologists for academic research. These primarily white visitors listened to the tales told by native storytellers and rendered them into English and into writing. Other examples were published by Native American storytellers directly, who wanted to record these stories in writing for posterity's sake. They range in dates of publishing from the 1830s to the early 2000s. The inclusions of dates in particular is very helpful in our examination, as most, if not all, these stories originated as oral traditions, stories that were told but not written down for possibly as long as centuries. Because of this, in some ways it is impossible to know how much of their original details may or may not have changed over time, like in a game of telephone. Some of the stories mention cows, iron kettles, 12-gauge shotguns, and chewing gum, which implies their settings take place at least after colonization. Even if the core of the stories are ancient, their details reveal that some have been slightly modified with time, as later storytellers revised or added details to the original telling. So when we see that a story was written down at a particular time, it can only give us a window into how it was told at that time in history, and not exactly how it was told in its original telling, which may have been several centuries before. For this project, I wanted to read through every single one of Kathy Strain's 157 Native American stories, and check if the creatures described really sound like descriptions of Bigfoots as she and other Bigfoot experts have asserted. I also compared all 6 of the lists I collected from different Bigfoot sources to see where they agreed and disagreed. These were Kathy Strain, Wayne Suttles, Expedition Bigfoot, Christopher L. Murphy, Monster Quest, and Lauren Coleman. I wanted to go further and create an even more comprehensive list than anyone before me, and like any nerd, I did it with a spreadsheet. Before even reading a single one of these
He's just like me, for real, for real.
stories, I needed clear criteria for what even counts or qualifies as a Bigfoot-like creature. This was often never clarified by the sources that provided the Native American Bigfoot lists. But after immersing myself in the Bigfoot community for so long, and so deeply, I was kind of a pro at this. My conditions were that, in order to qualify as a Bigfoot-like creature, the creature in the story had to be explicitly described as man-like in shape, standing upright on 2 legs and having 2 arms, almost completely covered in hair, large in size, at least taller than your average adult human, and technologically limited. That is to say they don't live in houses or use fire or tools more complex than sticks. This is all something most Bigfooters agree on, though there are outliers. Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, as most people understand them, are also incapable of human speech. If they have the capacity for language, the vast majority of researchers agree they can't speak the language of humans. Though again, there are outliers. There are also some fringe Bigfoot believers who claim the creature is a spiritual or interdimensional being. But again, this is a fringe opinion that Kathy Strain, among other notable cryptozoologists, don't follow. Most believe it is a flesh and blood creature. For our purposes, these criteria were very loosely applied to our examination of these stories. In order to be considered Bigfoot-like by my personal qualifications, a described creature needed to hit at least 2 of the listed conditions, hopefully more or all of them. Some people might agree with me, some won't, and that's okay. This is just my own personal qualifications. As I went along reading, I checked off details I found in the stories and put them into my spreadsheet, so that everything was in one centralized database. My spreadsheet consisted of the name of the creature, sometimes the native name spelled phonetically, sometimes just the English translation, the name of the culture or tribe that told the story, the date of recording, and a short summary of how the creature was described, if at all, in the story, and a further breakdown of details I will cover later. The nature of the spreadsheet allowed me to quantify all these findings into overall percentages. By the time this video is out, I hope that it is publicly available for everyone to fact check me on too. In total,
Okay, I think the peepo is done. And now I just need to start with the kuromi. I don't know if there's a reference material I can look to for this particular angle, this particular perspective. But I will check real quick. Okay, I want a kuromis who is facing either the left or the right at an angle that matches this peepo sitting in his chair like this. I suppose this one kind of works, not really though. This one looks pretty good. Oh my god, these Build-A-Bear Workshop kuromis. That was like so spooky. She's crying. I think this one looks pretty good. Nendodroid. Nintendrone. I think this one's even better here. Walmart has a Hello Kitty thing. A kuromi thing. Ivy. Okay, let me go look at these guys real quick. These are pretty similar, I think. Honestly, I think I can just use the pen tool for this one. Let me grab, I think I like this one here. Paste that into there. And that's what we'll go with.
Researched 154 different Native American creatures and read maybe around 170 different stories. Admittedly, some of the names in the stories were repeats that represented slight regional variations of the same story or creature. Around 75% were found in Kathy's book, Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters. Some of the stories were extremely short, maybe just a paragraph, while others were a bit longer. The oldest was recorded in 1791, the youngest was recorded in 2005. Others had no date of recording whatsoever. The actual substance of the stories was a huge mix. Some were creation stories or myths, trying to explain why the world is the way it is. Why do humans walk on two legs? Where do mosquitoes come from? Why are ticks flat? Others were legends about the deeds of great heroes, similar to the trials of Hercules, King Arthur, or Gilgamesh. Others still were cautionary tales and parables, meant primarily to teach children a valuable moral lesson, akin to something like Aesop's fables or Grimm's fairy tales. There were funny stories and scary stories, histories and eyewitness accounts. There was often a lot of overlap between these groupings, and they were definitely not mutually exclusive. Throughout them, the line between what we consider the physical and spiritual world was blurred. Magic, gods and goddesses, spirits, and the personifications of animals, plants, and nature all made regular appearances. As for the creatures themselves, if I talked about each individual one, this video would be 10 hours long, so I will focus on the major findings. My research found, and I was incredibly generous here, only 17 out of the 154 creatures could be described as Bigfoot-like by my broad definition. This represented only 11% of the entire list. The rest of the creatures, the remaining 89%, failed to meet my criteria, and most didn't even come close. The main disqualifiers, though even here I was again forgiving, was the clearly human traits many of these beings displayed. 71 or 46% of them were explicitly described as speaking the languages of Indians, Native Americans, or sometimes even that of white people. They communicate with the humans in the stories very clearly. Now, in defense of Bigfooters, this isn't exactly surprising, as so do many of the other quote-unquote real animals in the stories. Rabbits, deer, bears, frogs, fish, and bugs are regularly anthropomorphized, so that they talk like people. It is just important to point out that in almost half the stories, the supposed Bigfoot-like creatures can talk, a trait few will claim Bigfoot is actually capable of. 48, or 31% of the creatures, were explicitly described as using tools more complex than sticks or branches. Among the tools, some of the beings were described as using were bows and arrows, axes, pots, pans, guns, baskets, smoking pipes, nets, and canoes, among other things. All of these inventions are tools most Bigfooters agree the species is incapable of creating and probably using. 14, or 9% of the creatures, were explicitly described as wearing clothes. The stories mention them wearing shirts, hats, wooden masks, shoes or moccasins, leggings, and dresses. 20, or 13% of the creatures.
Wait, the Bigfeets can wear leggings? What the heck? Maybe that's how they got the butt cast. Because one of the Bigfeets was wearing the gym leggings. They were going to make TikToks and accuse dumb estupido. What the heck? How'd that get there? They're gonna go accuse dumb estupido boys of being pervs and recording them and their butts.
Creatures were explicitly described as living in artificial homes, either wooden log cabins and lodges, or tents and teepees. A couple were even described as living in whole villages. 31, or 20% of the creatures, were explicitly described as using fire, either to cook meat, smoke tobacco pipes, boil water, or heat and light their homes. All of these are behaviors Bigfoot is generally not known to do, but even ignoring this, most of the physical descriptions of the creatures do not match that of a Bigfoot either. If so few creatures met the criteria, what then is on the rest of the list advertised by Bigfoot believers? What is the other 89%? The other 89%. Well, to start, I found that 37, or around a fourth of all the creatures on the list, had no description at all. In the stories, they are simply referred to as the giant, or the monster, or the cannibal, and never described beyond this name. They are kept so vague that no determination of what they actually look like can be made based on the details in the stories alone. In my opinion, we are in no position to really say if they are Bigfoot-like or not. Because of this, I feel like they probably shouldn't be included on the Bigfoot list. It would be disingenuous. For the creatures we do have descriptions for, however, I found that they could be sorted into 5 main groups: chimeras, spirits, shapeshifters and personifications, giants and dwarves, wild Indians, and basket women. Chimeras. A good portion of the creatures described were what I like to call chimeras, mythological monsters that have body parts taken from several different animals or body parts in an abnormal quantity, just like many of the monsters from Greek mythology. Included on the list of Bigfoot-like creatures is, I kid you not, a snake with big feet. There was a snake that was different from other snakes.
I wonder if the snake with big feet is a woman. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty interesting.
He had feet.
Oh, rip.
Feet. Big feet. The other snakes, because he was different, hated him and made his life wretched for him. Snake with big feet. Cherokee. Ottermen. Half human, half otter shapeshifters. Something like the Native American equivalent of mermaids or mermen. Owl men and women. Werewolf-like creatures, half man, half wolf. Minotaur or satyr-like men with sharp pointy teeth and cow hooves and could wield axes. Elf-like people that hopped around on one leg. Giant floating heads with a pair of broad wings like those of a bat, and talons or claws like a bird. A wooden golem, in other words a magical robot, with a crystal heart and shell lungs and liver, created by sorcerers to stop overpopulation. Many of these very clearly do not sound like Bigfoot, or even Bigfoot-like in the slightest, and it is somewhat surprising that they could even be considered in the first place. Take, for example, Doubleface of the Sioux. In Bigfoot-believing publications, Doubleface is often erroneously conflated with Iktomi, a trickster spirit, but when you read the Lakota stories that mention them, they're in fact 2 distinct beings. In any case, Doubleface, or the Double-Faced Ghost, or Double-Faced Woman, or Two-Face, is a gender-ambiguous monster with a face on both the front and back of its head. In 1901, the Sioux storyteller Sakala Shah described Doubleface like this: the terrible monster with a face in front and one in the back of his head, and a giant with large funnel-like ears, who lingers on the outskirts of camps waiting to snatch children. He throws these children in his ears and takes them away. In these stories, Doubleface talks, plays tricks, and even wears a catskin loincloth. Doubleface sounds like something more akin to the Cyclops of Greek mythology than a literal Bigfoot. I even found 2 artistic depictions of Doubleface, which again depict them with 2 faces on the front and back of the head. Nonetheless, respected Bigfoot experts seem to consider Doubleface a Bigfoot-like creature. Spirits, shapeshifters, and personifications. A kind of catch-all group I had to create was...
I think for this the Kuromi comfy people, we'll have to do a different color for the comfy covers. She has like, what are evil colors? Black, right? Black is a good evil color. What if I do a gray? Let's try this color, see if that one turns out nicely.
One for entities that were very clearly spirits or magical beings. The Sitko of the Puyallup are described as the spirits of people from different tribes who have been cast out because of their wickedness, alternatively translated as demons. Again, despite this, the Sitko can be found listed in both Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters and Expedition Bigfoot's lists. The Scanicum of the Colville can turn into trees. The Siatquo of the Twana can turn invisible. The Sanahaha of the Southern Paiute is capable of killing people by just looking at them, like Medusa. The Chiatanka, or Big Man of the Sioux, is explicitly said to exist in another dimension from us. He is capable of changing into a coyote, and is the husband to Anska, the personification of the earth itself.
Wait. I may have done a stupid. I may have accidentally flattened these layers when I should not have. Okay, let me duplicate this. Bring this ogre. This might not be the worst thing, actually. Maybe it'll be okay. If I just line these guys up.
The Shampi of the Choctaw is described as one of the witches, demons, and monsters that came with the Choctaw people. All of the evil spirits of the Choctaws have followed them on their long journey from the western part of North America. That is to say, the Shampi followed the Choctaw people across the continent to their new home. Details like this show that the Champy is supposed to be interpreted as a spiritual being, not an animal. The 4 nondescript huge beasts, or deluge monsters, in a Wichita story are probably supposed to represent personifications of the 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Iktomi of the Sioux is a shape-shifting Loki-like trickster spirit or god. He often appears as a spider, but as a shapeshifter he can take the form of any animal he wishes. Many of these are clearly supernatural beings that don't sound like the common idea of Bigfoot either. Giants. Probably the most common type of creatures put on native Bigfoot lists are that of giants. As I have stated before, many of these giants are not described. They are just referred to as giants, and with almost all the stories, we are given every indication that they should be interpreted as giant humans, not ape men. They live in giant wooden houses, and boil water in giant kettles over giant fires, and wear giant shirts. Some of them are described as being ridiculous in size. A Tlingit giant is as tall as the trees. A Coeur d'Alene giant is taller than the highest teepees, so that they look down the smoke hole. The giant in the Comanche story, the woman and the dwarf, is capable of lifting up entire houses with his bare hand. The giant of the Columbia lives underwater and swallows canoes that pass over its mouth. There is a demon so huge that its hand could stretch across the entire lake. In a Micmac story, there are giants whose upright forms would have risen far above the clouds. A giant of the Flathead has a belly that fills a whole valley and has lava for blood. The Skookum of the Clackamas, included on 3 different lists, is not described much beyond its...
Skookum? I've heard of Skookum before. I think they called it like a Skookum monster. So that to me leads me to believe it's more of a like a colloquial name. What take? That's given to... I guess it could be any kind of monster. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Big Feet's type of monster in whichever community I first heard it from. So I don't know if the Skookum that they're referring to here in particular is a different being entirely, which it very well could be.
Its tongue, which is 2 miles long, so long that he was in the habit of reaching it forth and catching people as he chose. Some giants were so massive that they literally became mountains. Around 12 of the giants, or 7% of the overall Bigfoot-like creatures, were stone giants, giants explicitly stated to be made out of rock and stone. Che Halam Che, the rock giant, carries on his back a big burden basket, which, like himself, is a rock. In the basket is a long spike, which pierces bodies when they are thrown in, so they cannot escape. The Otene Yarhead, or Stonish giants of the Iroquois, were covered with hard skin. One giant near Cardiff had skin that became hard and changed into scales, which alone would turn an arrow. On their right big toe, a long quartz spike grows up to 6 feet long. His body was obsidian, volcanic glass, and when the flesh was burned off, the obsidian burst and flew in all directions, and scattered among the tribes, for the use of all. The rock giant of Tamalpayas, Lupu Oyes, even disguises himself as a giant boulder in the woods that children can play on. Most of these stone giants have a single weak spot that heroes can target like an Achilles heel, or the Death Star's thermal exhaust port, a common mythic trope that can be found in stories of heroes fighting monsters all around the world. He was all rock, except a place on his throat where he wore an abalone shell. Some of these weak spots can be kinda funny. You can't hit these Soapitses. Their bodies are made of rock. Their only vulnerable place is in the anus. So he shot at his penis, and that is how he killed the giant.
That's why they have the cast of his butt, so they can target practice with it.
The giant is like a rock. Flesh or stone, these giants are almost always something more akin to the giant in Jack and the Beanstalk than a Bigfoot. Dwarves. At the other end of the spectrum were dwarves, stories about little people. Included in Kathy Strand's collection were several stories about beings smaller than your average human, sometimes by a lot. The cannibal dwarves that serve as the villains in a Nunavut story act pretty much exactly like humans. They have cook fires, live in houses, and try to trick the hero of the story into eating human flesh. There is no indication that they should be interpreted as anything other than evil little people. The little man with hair all over of the Choctaw is described more like a cheerful and crafty hobbit or leprechaun than an ape-like Bigfoot. Included on Suttle's list were the earth dwarves of the Twana, who live in little nooks and crannies and steal human souls. The strange creature of the mountain, described in a Yupik story, is said to stand about a foot off the ground. Oh my goodness, a very tiny, adorable, cat-sized Bigfoot. Or alternatively, you could interpret it as a creature with arms so long, it walks with its hands, like Sebulba from Star Wars. Either way, none of these creatures sound particularly Bigfoot-like. Wild Indians. Another huge chunk of the creatures on the list can be classified as quote-unquote wild Indians. They are not supposed to be another species or anything. In most cases, they are explicitly stated to just be individual Native Americans, or other tribes of Native Americans, that the storytellers believe became wild, or feral, or evil. The reasons for why they were considered wild varied. Spiritual possession. A significant amount of the stories discussed how a human who engaged in cannibalism, or some other taboo, could be magically transformed into a monster, or possessed by an evil spirit, as a result of that crime. The most famous example of this belief is the Wendigo, an evil spirit that can possess human beings and fill them with insatiable hunger. The spirit and the person they possess are often conflated together as one. A Cree version of this same spirit, the Wetiko, appears in several Bigfoot-believing lists. However, this idea is clearly contradicted by the official Algonquian definition of the creature. It states that a Wetiko is a cannibal monster or spirit that possesses a person, rendering them monstrous. Wetikos are clearly spiritual beings that merely possess humans. They are not Bigfoots. At the Expedition Bigfoot Museum, a mannequin portraying a native shaman or a dancer wears this fearsome green and red mask. This well-made replica is based on an authentic Native American mask and depicts a Gagget, a being described by the Haida. This particular mask has been repeatedly used by Bigfoot-believing sources as a Bigfoot mask. The Expedition Bigfoot Museum's logo appears to be heavily inspired by the mask, and it even serves as the cover for the book Rainy Coast Sasquatch. The word Gagget is likewise featured on almost every native Bigfoot list I could find. So for Bigfooters, the Gagget of the Haida appears to be one of the strongest and most popular examples of a Bigfoot in Native American culture and art. According to a comprehensive Haida language dictionary, a Gagget or Gagid is defined as a wild man. The wild man will get you. A rather vague definition that could be interpreted in several ways. The actual mask so often used in Bigfoot media is currently held by the American Museum of Natural History in New York. This beautiful wooden mask was originally carved and painted by the famous Haida artist Charles Edenshaw. It was either purchased from or donated to the museum by a member of his family in the year 1905. I emailed the museum to find out if they had any description of the mask accompanying it when it was purchased, as this could help us understand how it should be properly interpreted by the original artist. The museum's reply stated that the mask was cataloged with a label that described the mask as a Gagget, someone who has barely escaped drowning and has lost his or her mind. Like the Wetiko, a Gagget is meant to be a person, a human being, who has lost their mind and become wild in a mental or spiritual sense, something closer to a zombie or demon-possessed human. This interpretation has been confirmed by other native sources. A similar Gagget mask is currently being sold by Reg Davison, another Haida Nation artist and a descendant of Charles Edenshaw. He describes a Gagget as a wild, otherworldly creature who has been transformed through a traumatic maritime experience. It is possible for a Gagget to be tamed and re-enter the human world again. Despite this information, Gaggets continue to be included on most Bigfoot lists. Also in this category were straight-up evil humans. One of these included on the Bigfoot-like list was Iron Nose, a character from a Caddo story. He is described as a man who sits around a fire and wears a mask with an iron nose. The nose could shoot out like Pinocchio's, to spear an unlucky child. Chanu, or Devil Cannibal, of the Micmac, was a type of emaciated evil sorcerer or wizard who ate his own flesh and could conjure demons, lizards, and dragons from the earth. A couple were not even about wild Indians, but Indians of just slightly above average height. Supchat of the Wintu, for example, appears to just be a Goliath-like man who loves to wrestle and smoke a pipe. In the story, there is no indication that he's anything other than just a tall human man. Other Indians in these stories were considered wild for less supernatural reasons. These were humans that the more civilized Native Americans merely considered barbarians or savage because of their way of living. Barbarians. The Sitika, described by the Northern Paiute, were one small tribe of barbarians who acted as bandits and engaged in a long war with the Paiutes. Throughout the story, these people use bows and arrows, build boats, and use fire. They talked the same language as the Paiutes. Every indication of the story suggests that Sitika were nothing more than an ethnically related tribe of Native Americans that the Paiutes despised and exterminated in the war in the distant past. Smile of the Squamish are similarly described as wild people. The storyteller even provides a backstory to them. These people are said to be the descendants of a chief's daughter and a slave, who were abandoned but escaped into the mountains. The Smile are human descendants of humans. One Puyallup story describes the Tsiatko as a race of tall Indians. The storyteller states that it was largely because of this lack of any houses or villages that they were characterized as wild. The Statel, or wild tribes of Puget Sound, were described as cowardly people of the interior, and used to be savages, but they had become civilized now. The oldest story I could find that was alleged to be a Native American Bigfoot was inside the memoirs of a white American colonist dated to 1791 or 1806. According to this colonist, the Creek Indians believed that if a man got lost in the swamps of Georgia, he would eventually encounter a peculiar race of Indians whose women were incomparably beautiful, but their men fierce and warlike. They lived in settlements on a swamp island and built canoes. Some Creek storytellers believed them to be a fugitive remnant of the ancient Yamasses, who escaped massacre after a bloody and decisive conflict between them and the Creek Nation. These Yamasses were not Bigfoots, but another Indian nation that the Creeks had warred with and displaced. It appears that a small remnant community might have lived in hiding inside the Okefenokee swamp for a time.
Okefenokee?
Not all these wild men stories are even about wild Indians. The Larien, or Bushmen of the Hare People, included in Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, explicitly describes the Larien as foreign people who lost their way and became transformed into evil dwellers of the wild. They speak white man's language. All the white people who got lost in the Indian Wars became Bushmen. They might even have guns, but usually they have knives. Based on these descriptions, the Bushmen seem to not be Bigfoots, but literal American or Russian soldiers who just got lost in the woods. Many times, when these Native American storytellers say wild people or wild men, they are supposed to be understood as literal wild people or wild men, human beings that have turned to a less civilized way of living in the secluded wilderness. They are not a separate species. Included in this category of wild men was, to my surprise, the original story that gave us the word Sasquatch. The origins of Sasquatch. Although many people know the word Sasquatch and commonly use it as a synonym for Bigfoot, few learn where it originally came from. As far as I've been able to uncover, Sasquatch first appeared as a word, at least to the public, on April 1st, 1929. It was coined by a Canadian schoolteacher named John W. Burns, and is most likely an English rendering of the native Halkomelem word, Saskits or Sasquatch. Burns was a government official and teacher who lived on the Chehalis Nation Reservation in Harrison Mills from 1925 to 1945. Living on the reservation for 20 years, Burns learned a great deal about the native beliefs and traditions, and heard a lot of stories. He is often credited with providing the world with the first official set of Sasquatch stories. First for the April 1929 edition of Maclean's magazine, and later for the January 1940 edition of the magazine The Wide World. His article for the 1929 magazine is titled Introducing BC's Hairy Giants, while the 1941 is titled The Hairy Giants of British Columbia. Despite their importance to Bigfoot lore, both these sources are somewhat difficult to find now. There used to be a website that hosted scans of the 1929 article, but it appears to have gone down. I was lucky enough to have kept screenshots of the pages on a hard drive. As for the 1940 magazine, I have yet to find a single method to obtain a copy of it. The closest I have found is Kathy Strain's book, Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, where she provides a copied version of its Sasquatch story, though I would have liked to have read it in its original format. I think it is partly because of this lost media aspect that few people have seen how Sasquatch was used in its original context, or how a Sasquatch was originally described. Over these two sources, Burns provided at least 4 separate eyewitness accounts, or tales, of encounters with Sasquatches. These Indian informants were Peter Williams, Charlie Victor, a man known only as Mr. Point, and a woman named Seraphine Long. I'll try to provide a link so you can read these yourselves, but generally the Sasquatch as it is described in these stories is far from the creature of today. Charlie Victor's account is the most detailed. He had been in what he thought was one of their houses, and met and spoke to one of their women. He states that the strange people, of whom there are but few now, rarely seen and seldom met, are known by the name of Sasquatch, or the Hairy Mountain Men. Charlie recalled that one day while he was hunting with his dog, he encountered something I took for a bear. I shoot, and it fell with a thud on the ground. Murder, oh my! I spoke to myself in surprising and alarm, for the thing I had shot looked to me like a white boy. He was nude. He was about 12 or 14 years of age. Charlie grew closer and found it was...
Wow, he shot a 12-year-old kid, what? And he was naked?
...was a hairy boy that was screaming in pain from the injury. Drawn by the loud noises, a second stranger came from the depths of the forest. The hairy creature, for that is what it was, walked toward me, without the slightest fear. The wild person was a woman. Her face was almost Negro black, and her long straight hair fell to her waist. In height, she would be about 6 feet. She cast a hasty glance at the boy. She saw he was bleeding. She turned upon me savagely, and in the Douglas tongue said, "You have shot my friend." I explained in the same language, for I'm part Douglas myself, that I had mistaken the boy for a bear, and that I was sorry. The woman does not respond, but does a ritualistic dance around the boy. In her hand she carried something like a snake, about 6 feet in length. I believe it was the intestine of some animal. Whatever it was, she constantly struck the ground with it. The Sasquatch woman stares Charlie down, and he drops his gun. She then took the boy and disappeared into the mountain. Burns goes on to state that he, Charlie, did not think that the boy belonged to the Sasquatch people, because he was white, and she called him her friend. Charlie finishes his tale by concluding, "It is my own opinion, since I met the wild woman 15 years ago, that because she spoke the Douglas tongue, these creatures must be related to the Indian." In another tale recorded by Burns, a woman by the name of Seraphine Long is kidnapped by a young man Sasquatch, who smears tree gum over her eyes to seal them shut. She is taken to a big cave in the mountains where the Sasquatch...
Wait, what was that word? Tree cum?
...related to the Indian. In another tale recorded by Burns, a woman by the name of Seraphine Long is kidnapped by a young man Sasquatch, who smears tree gum...
Suddenly, at a place where the bush grew close and thick, beside the trail, a long arm shot out and a big hairy hand was pressed over my mouth. Then I was suddenly lifted up into the arms of a young Sasquatch. I was terrified, fought, and struggled with all my might. In those days I was strong, but it was no good. The wild man was as powerful as a young bear. Holding me easily under one arm, with his other hand he smeared tree gum. Why did he say like tree cum?
Douglas tongue. These creatures must be related to the Indian.
Let's go one time speed. Let's see if it sounds clearer there.
In another tale recorded by Burns, a woman by the name of Seraphine Long is kidnapped by a young man Sasquatch, who smears tree gum over her eyes to seal them shut. She is taken to a big...
Okay, it does sound more like tree gum.
A woman by the name of Seraphine Long is kidnapped by a young man Sasquatch, who smears tree gum over her eyes to seal them shut. She is taken to a big cave in the mountains where the Sasquatch live. The floor was covered with animal skins, soft to touch and better preserved than we preserved them. A small fire in the middle of the floor gave all the light there. She lived among the Sasquatch family for several months. I had learned a few words of their tongue, which is not unlike the Douglas dialect. By the end of the story, the woman is released by the young Sasquatch and returns to her tribe. She eventually gives birth to a baby, presumably the son of the Sasquatch man. It dies soon after. It is curious that in both stories, the Sasquatch are explicitly stated to speak the Douglas dialect, or Douglas tongue. That is to say, the language of the Douglas First Nation, or Hawkshaw. Sasquatches are wild humans. Humans that simply live in isolation from other tribes in the deep wilderness. They were not ape men, or the modern concept of Bigfoot, but were people. Stories like this shouldn't exactly be surprising to find after the countless wars and forced removal of Indians from their original lands. Some families, or maybe even whole tribes, may have tried to live in seclusion in the remote regions of North America for a while. Even famous Bigfoot experts like John Green admitted that the Sasquatch...
John Green, the YouTuber?
With which Mr. Burns' readers were familiar were basically giant Indians. Although avoiding civilization, they had clothes, fire, weapons, and the like, and lived in villages. They were called hairy giants, it is true, but this was taken to mean that they had long hair on their heads, something along the lines of today's hippies. Oh, and to top it all off, Burns once repeated these stories for the December 1954 edition of Liberty magazine, and revealed, his casual racism, I think? The Chehalis Indians are intelligent, but unimaginative folk. Inventing so many factually detailed stories concerning their adventures among the giants would be quite beyond their powers. In other words, he is stating that Sasquatches exist because Indians are not creative enough to make them up. In any case, such a shocking realization makes me wonder why we even use the word Sasquatch to refer to Bigfoot in the first place, since its original meaning is so different. Basket women. 25 out of the 154 stories, or 16%, feature a being carrying a basket or net or jar or bundle on their backs. Baskets featured so prominently in these stories that it was just hard to ignore. All over North America, there are tales of a female being referred to as Basket Woman, the evil old lady with her basket. To this day, they still tell of the Basket Lady. The Kawaka, I think that's how you pronounce that, just look at that word for me, carries a basket on her back in which she carries away children. The Basket Woman was an evil witch-like being that kidnapped children in the night. She did so by capturing them in her basket or bag, and after taking them to her lair, the basket woman would eat the children by roasting them over a fire or cooking them in pots.
Huh.
They preferred and hunted children
She's
with
roasting
better
them?
eating. Each had a big basket on her back, and would come home with it filled with everything bad. Zanakwa, she captures children who are crying, and who venture into the forest.
I think this is it, Jinakwa. This is that one story. That one story I really liked. Go look that up. How's that spelled? What is it? Delta Zulu Uniform November Uniform Kilo. What is it? Wyoming Whiskey Alpha Junakwa. And the Booger Boy. Fuck. Okay, well, as long as I found this. It's a quack-quack-a-walk. I didn't know that. Junakwa, also Sonakwa, Sonokwa, Basket Ogress. She's an ogre? Basket Ogress is a figure in Quack-Quack-a-Walk mythology and Nuchanuth mythology. Huh, interesting. Okay. I will proceed with my investigation on Jinakwa later.
Carrying them away in a basket on her back to devour them. Most of the time, the basket woman is female, but sometimes he is a basket man, and sometimes he is a stone giant or a chimera as well. Many of the creatures of the previously discussed categories have elements of basket women stories mixed in, and they are by no means mutually exclusive. For example, there is a stone giant of the Shoshone, Soapitsi, had a conical basket for packing things in. It was lined with pitch. He threw people inside, and they stuck and couldn't escape. Sanahaha always carried a big basket of thorns on his back. When he caught anyone, he threw him over his back into the basket. One basket woman story by the Wintu described her using hot pitch to cover children's eyes, which sounds eerily similar to how the male Sasquatch abducts the woman in J.W. Burns' story. Basket woman stories are almost always geared towards children, and frequently start or end with a sinister warning to stay close to your parents and your home. Don't go out there in the dark, the young father warned his children. Stay here, close by the fire, where we can see you, he added. They must beware the basket lady. To this day, they still tell of the basket lady, who now lives on in the many different places those sparks landed. Do not stray too far from the light of your family fire, or go off into the dark of night, making a lot of noise, because we cannot be sure where all the sparks went. The extremely wide prevalence of these similar stories would be compelling if basket women were described like Bigfoot.
I wonder if this book that he's reading from has that story that I'm thinking of. I would have to go check it out.
But they are not. In the stories, they are often individual beings, not a race or a species. They also always use baskets, live in houses, wear dresses, and roast children over fires. Like the giants, they're basically just your typical run-of-the-mill fairy tale villains. And here's the thing, you very likely have heard a variation of the basket woman story, because it is basically a staple of every culture around the world. When the children were bad, they were warned
I was gonna mention the Baba Yaga. Might be the case.
That the Honka man would mark their arms. He was about the same as the boogeyman is to the white children. Every culture has its own basket woman or basket man. If it be El Coco of Spain, or the Sack Man of Latin America, or Baba Yaga of Russia, or the Boogeyman of America, the details are pretty much the same. They are all stories about a being that kidnaps disobedient children in the night, often carrying them off in a sack or basket. Spooky characters like these have been used by adults to scare their children into being good and not staying out after dark for thousands of years. The prevalence of these stories doesn't mean basket women are real. As any parent will no doubt agree, it was just an easy and effective way to keep little children out of danger. It is perhaps intriguing that such a similar story appears to have been invented several times by humans around the world, and independently, but this is beyond the scope of this video. The point is, another huge chunk of native Bigfoot stories appear to fall into this category. Boogeyman-like beings made up to scare children into behaving. The basket women are also not Bigfoot. Summary of the 89%. If this diagram looks crazy, That's because it is. This was an incredibly diverse collection of creatures, spirits, monsters, and characters lumped together as if they were all talking about the same thing. But when you really take the time to read each one of them individually, the sheer amount of differences pile up. The native Bigfoot list is an assortment of unrelated stories and creatures, the vast majority of which don't sound like anything like our modern concept of Bigfoot. Some were so much of a stretch, I struggled to find what part of the story Bigfooters like Kathy were trying to claim was Bigfoot or Bigfoot-like. It is as if someone grouped a whole slew of random pop culture monsters and characters all together, as if they formed some kind of
No, these are all the same. The Shrek is the same as the... Which one are these? As this demon here is the same as the samurai Japanese monster. Same as... Who's this supposed to be? It's the same as Dracula. No, they're all the same. I agree. They're all the same.
Coherent whole. You could have just as easily have done this with the monsters of European folklore. You know that big guy Goliath King David fought? Guess
Goliath.
What? He was a Sasquatch the whole time.
Yes, he was.
And you know that really tall Roman emperor? He was just a Bigfoot the whole time too.
Yep, he
You might
totally
think that's
was.
a joke, but that is a legitimate thing I've seen some Bigfoot believers claim.
Yes.
Look at this chart that was in Expedition Bigfoot Museum. Like, what? Okay, one thing at a time. These are very different beings from very different stories with very different personalities and descriptions. Lumping them together as Bigfoot-like or Native American names for Sasquatch is such a gross oversimplification and mischaracterization. It is in my scholarly opinion that 89% of the Bigfoot-like creatures and stories just flat out shouldn't be on the list. As we have seen, even the original Sasquatch story doesn't really meet the standards of what we would recognize as a Sasquatch today. But don't just take it from me. Here are some customer reviews on Amazon that felt the same exact way. Thought it would be interesting to see the links between Bigfoot-like creature stories across the states. But really only a handful of the stories were really recognizable as being Sasquatch-like. The vast majority were bearer-rabbit-like creation myths that just happened to have a giant in the story. It still felt very stretchy to attach any Sasquatch link. There are many giant myths in Europe too, but you wouldn't attach any other meaning to it. Hey, I said the same thing. Great minds think alike, I guess, random Amazon customer. So after all that, this left only 17 creatures, or 11% of the original list we started out with, that were actually described as something vaguely like a Bigfoot. Some people might think I was being overly strict, but I really wasn't. Mixed in with the 17 was me being incredibly generous. One of the 17 was described as having cow hooves, and another had a penis, which is so long that it must be rolled up and carried in the arms. It terrifies its enemies.
Just like me, for real, for real.
By striking tree trunks and breaking branches with its uncoiled organ.
Just like me, for real, for real.
Oh man. I could...
Yeah, that's why the phrase knocking on wood was invented, because of me.
Go on to talk about each individual one of these in depth and highlight their many inconsistencies to the modern idea of Bigfoot. But for me, I felt it was more fitting to focus on just one, because not only was it widely regarded as the most compelling, I found that it was a good microcosm of the whole Native American Bigfoot phenomena in general. The Hairy Man. The Mayak Datach of the Yokots, just like the Gagat of the Haida, is a favorite for Bigfoot believers to cite in discussions of the native origins of Bigfoot. The Yokots reside in modern-day California. Like many of the stories and beings we have discussed already, the actual descriptions of the Mayak Datach, or Hairy Man, in Yokot stories are not particularly compelling to the Bigfoot Sasquatch-believing cause, at least in my opinion. The 3 stories collected by Kathy Strain herself in the early 1990s don't describe him in much detail aside from walking on 2 legs, having big feet, and being hairy. One of the stories, How People Were Made, is a story about all the animals of the earth taking turns on what they think the first human should look like and be like. Each one has their say: fish, hummingbird, eagle, turtle, lizard, owl, condor, coyote, and lastly, Hairy Man. But there is a final disagreement between Coyote and Hairy Man. Coyote says, "People should be just like me because I am smart and tricky, so have them walk on all 4s. Hairy Man shook his head and said, "People should walk on 2 legs like me." Now, curiously, a friend of mine, thank you Miles Greb, who lives near the Thule Reservation of the Yokots, purchased an official book published by the tribe themselves. In the 2008 book, Bigfoot and Other Stories, there's a version of this How People Were Made Yokot story that is very similar to Kathy Strain's version, except the tribal storytellers have replaced Hairy Man with Grizzly Bear. Its version goes like this: Eagle and Coyote made people by taking the clay from the earth and shaping it like a man and woman. Grizzly Bear said, "People should be able to stand on their hind legs, like me, and they should have no tail." So, take that information as you will. In any case, Coyote and Hairy Man agree to settle the disagreement by racing through a rock. Whoever wins decides if humans should walk on 2 legs or 4. Hairy Man of course wins. He actually just cheats, and the animals draw the two-legged humans in the soil and breathe life into them. Proud of his creations, Hairy Man greets these newly formed humans, but the humans are frightened of his appearance and run away. This makes Hairy Man very sad. That is why when all the animals draw their pictures on the rock, Hairy Man drew himself sad. That is why Hairy Man's picture is crying to this day. This rock is now called Hakiyu, or the Painted Rock, and it still exists on the Thule Reservation, along with the drawing of the crying Hairy Man. Bigfoot believers have focused on this rock in the painted figure a ton. As you have no doubt noticed, it serves as the cover for Kathy Strain's book. It is used on the Wikipedia page for Bigfoot.
Okay, let me go grab this book title before I lose it. Oh my god, I've added 4 books this stream. Oh my goodness. A giant cannibals monsters by monsters Bigfoot in the native culture by Kathy. Not sure I can find the rest.
Under indigenous and early records. Not one, but 2 replicas of it are featured in the Expedition Bigfoot Museum. A book geared towards children that I found in the museum's gift shop showed a photo of the pictograph describing it as a male, female, and child hairy man. Was the Sasquatch a common animal to the Yokuts, or some kind of supernatural being? Famous Bigfooter Lauren Coleman has it proudly tattooed on his forearm, and recently the International Cryptozoology Museum in Portland, Maine displayed a painted reproduction, albeit temporarily. Within an About section for Kathy Strain in Christopher Murphy's Meet the Sasquatch, the painted rock is described as Bigfoot pictographs, the only known prehistoric paintings of Bigfoot. Elsewhere, Murphy states it is reasonable to assume that details on how a Bigfoot looked and behaved are only present in Yokuts culture because of a direct observation of a flesh and blood creature. The Mayak Datach appeared on 5 out of the 6 native Bigfoot lists I examined. It is not unfair to say that the Mayak Datach, or Hairy Man of the Painted Rock, is the crown jewel of the Bigfoot community when it comes to the Native American Bigfoot. But what did the actual Yokuts think about this? At this point in my research, I was kind of sick and tired of speculating what a particular tribe or native person meant when they gave an anthropologist an interview 20 to 100 years ago. So I thought to myself, why don't I literally just ask? Almost all these tribes still exist and have emails on their websites that you can contact. For this project, I emailed a bunch of different tribes, but the only one that got back to me was a Yokuts representative from the Thule Reservation, which was perfect for the Hairy Man and the Painted Rock. The interview I had with them over the phone was incredibly helpful and revealing. First off, they revealed to me that Mayak Datach is often mistranslated in Bigfoot sources, as it does not directly translate to Hairy Man. It is also mispronounced by Bigfooters as Mayak Datat, when it should really sound like Mayak Datach. In the Yokuts language, it literally translates to Mayak, meaning big, and Datach, meaning foot. It is also not the being's proper traditional name. His true name is not taught. It is sacred, and only spoken in prayer during special ceremonies or gatherings. As for the wider Bigfoot community's interpretation of the Painted Rock and Mayak Datach, the Yokuts representative stated that, "We know it as a spirit. It's a spiritual being. It can be in our physical existence or in the other world." They went on to say that, "We kind of had problems with Kathy Strain because she did come up and interview some of our elders quite a while ago, and the story that she was given was the story we tell our kids. Like, don't go outside, something's gonna get you. Back in the day when our elders were little, they were told not to go out, or you're gonna get eaten by Mayak Datach." She, Kathy Strain, took it literally and has gone on to lecture saying that that's what they're known for, that's what they do, when really he isn't, because in our culture it is a very sacred being. He's a caretaker of our land and culture. When people pass, he is one of the spirits that walk with them. When asked about the Basket Woman stories, the representative...
One of the spirits that walks with them? You mean you get paced by big feet? It's starting to add up. It's a real spooky monster who's actually there in the tree line. You can't see him, but he can see you. He walks with you.
Stated that the Basket Woman was the scary story told to kids. It was a scary kid story that is simplistic and doesn't reflect the authentic beliefs of adults. People are passing it off as if it was a tribe of cannibals. It is laughable, but really upsetting because it was a kid's story. When asked about Bigfoot believers using the Painted Rock and Mayak Datach in publications and museums, the tribal representative said that often, they don't take the time to ask one of us. It is such a big topic now. If people are going to be publicizing and giving so much attention to the Bigfoot, at least interject by setting stuff straight. In short, from our discussion, I learned that Mayak Datach is an incredibly sacred and spiritual being. and the Bigfoot community's interpretation of him as a flesh and blood creature, or an ape-like species, is not correct, and doesn't reflect the actual beliefs of the Yokuts. Furthermore, the painted rock and its image are regarded as sacred to the Yokuts. The way Bigfooters have used it in recent years is considered both disrespectful and exploitative. The Tule River tribe asks that their sacred imagery not be reproduced without express permission, and that violations of this be reported to the tribe. Well, actually, as we close out, there was something I encountered regularly throughout my research and thought was important to emphasize. The indigenous side of so many of these stories was often drowned out by that of Bigfoot believers. At one point, in Kathy Strain's Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, I saw a footnote for the Caddo story about the cannibal Iron Nose. Note, Iron Nose is likely a mistranslation of shape features. In some ways, I think this footnote is emblematic of the whole Bigfoot community's treatment of Native American stories in general. Not only does it contradict details within the story itself, later his nose literally does shoot out like a spear to attack the hero, the footnote is also entirely unsourced. I tried to see where Kathy Strain could have gotten this footnote from. I bought a copy of the book she was citing, but found that the original story contains no such footnote. And when I checked up on the Caddo storyteller, Mr. Wing, who originally told it, I discovered that he has unfortunately been dead since 1907, so there was no way for either Kathy or me to have interviewed him personally to get the correct translation, something only he would really know. This book, in fact, only contains the English translations of Mr. Wing's stories, as they were recorded by a white author named George A. Dorsey in the early 1900s. The version Mr. Wing told in his original language at that time does not survive. As far as I can tell, the footnote appears to just be Kathy Strain's opinion, inserted into the original Caddo story and presented as fact in the hopes nobody would question it. But who knows, maybe she got it from a source I haven't been able to track down yet. Curious about other books cited in Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, I managed to get a physical copy of The Hare Indians in Their World by Hiroku Suhara, a somewhat difficult to obtain book. I discovered that when comparing the two side by side, there were big portions of Hiroku Suhara's text that were omitted from Kathy Strain's reproduction in Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters. One section was even omitted mid-paragraph. Here are some excerpts from the omitted sections talking about the Larien, or Bushman legends. Both Indians of the neighboring tribes and white men are believed to become Bushmen. Since various Indians stopped fighting wars, there have been few Indian Bushmen. These days, Bushmen are only white men, said my informant. Two natives told their tales of Bushmen wandering through an area, and one of them was very convinced that they were Russians. Tales of wandering white men have persisted from these camps all summer. You do not have to be scared of Bushmen. Nowadays, Bushmen are only white people, and they cannot harm us. The bad white man will be caught by the police. Okay, the image in my head of like a Bigfoot being caught by the police is kind of funny. Who knows why these portions of the text were conspicuously omitted from Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, but one cannot doubt that they further show that the Bushmen of the Hare probably shouldn't be interpreted as Bigfoot, and one would not get this more complete image without tracking down and reading the original source that Kathy cited, and seeing its original context. Bigfoot believers attempting to correct details of these Native American stories, or add their own interpretations, was something I found a lot. From the introduction of Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, Kathy Strain states that the Cherokee story of the snake with big feet is about a snake with big feet that becomes human and marries the chief's daughter. I believe the snake represents a Bigfoot, as denoted by the big feet, and the story is designed to help the reader accept that a Bigfoot married a human female. The Nelchina tale of the big man with the little hat is reinterpreted by Kathy as, this name came about because from a distance the creature's pointed head, sagittal crest, made it appear as though it is wearing a little hat. The source cited for this interpretation is a 2004 book by Bigfoot believer Christopher L. Murphy, and as far as I can tell it is his outsider opinion and not a native Nelchina one. It is just an outsider's opinion on the Native American word, and it's weird seeing another person cite that as if that's a reliable source. To go on a bit of a tangent, there is a photo of a woven basket in Kathy Strain's section on the Yokuts Hairy Man in Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters. The caption states that the lower row of this basket depicts the Hairy Man. Intrigued by this claim, I was able to track down the original uncropped version of this photo. Taken around the year 1900, it is currently housed in the library of the University of Southern California. There are actually several photos of this unnamed Yokuts basket maker. From my research, I suspect she might be the famous Mary Dick Topino, or Mrs. Britches. In any case, the university's official description does not mention the hairy man. It merely states the woman is working on a basket with a human figure pattern. This holding hands pattern seems to have been pretty common among Yokut basket makers in the late 1800s to early 1900s. The Rhode Island School of Design Museum and other private collections contain very similar baskets, perhaps made by the same woman in the photographs. The description for all these unfortunately do not mention the hairy man either, only identifying the stick figure-like people as male or female humans. Like the Iron Nose footnote, I am again unsure where Kathy String got the information for the caption in her book, explicitly identifying the lower figures in the pattern as Hairy Man. I have yet to find a source supporting this, and based on what we've already seen, it very well might be just her personal opinion again. But benefit of the doubt, maybe she asked a native Yokots about the photo back in the 90s, and they said that was a hairy man. Who knows? Hello, update from the future. This doesn't appear to be the case. After recording the original script, I once again reached out and asked the Tule River Tribe representative. They couldn't definitively identify the woman in the photo, but she might be the wife of Dick Francisco, Lucia Francisco, and this tracks with information I could find online. As for the pattern on the basket, they explicitly disagreed with Kathy Strain's caption. They said, and I am quoting here, "The basket pattern shown is called a spring dance design, and depicts Yokots people at a springtime ceremony. This interpretation, directly from the tribe itself, matches a caption for a Yokots basket with the same design in a book from 1909. The author of this book identifies it as Fine Yokot Dance Basket. These are dancing humans, not hairy man." So yeah, in my personal opinion, I think the source was literally just made up, because it's not even right.
My source was, I made it the fuck up.
Okay, back to the video. Whatever their original intentions, Bigfoot believers repeatedly attempt to cherry-pick, ignore, correct, or make elaborate explanations for details of these Native American stories, ostensibly to make them fit their idea of Bigfoot. He's not wearing a hat or mask. The Native Americans were just trying to say he had a pointed head or face. The snake with big feet isn't really about a snake with big feet. It's secretly coded to talk about Bigfoot. The Mayak Datach isn't actually a spiritual being. The Yokots themselves are mistaken and don't know what they're talking about. They really meant to say he was a flesh and blood creature. We should ignore the Skookum's 2-mile-long tongue, or the stone giant's rocky skin, or double faces, double faces. These are all just metaphors or something. Just ignore all the details that don't fit our narrative. At the end of the day, these are all just excuses. Excuses for why so many of these stories don't exactly sound like the modern image of Bigfoot. And seeing these primarily white researchers taking these Native American stories and essentially going, well, they actually meant this, gives off a kind of bad, condescending vibe to me. As skeptic and science writer Daniel Luxton wisely...
Wow, just like all those people who listen to Sasquatch Chronicles and say, he just saw his own shadow, he's a spooked little bitch, right at chat.
Concluded in his book, Abominable Science. It is an exercise in confirmation bias. Bigfoot enthusiasts look back over native lore with an expectation of finding Bigfoot. They seize on any tales about a fabulous creature that resembles the Bigfoot they expect to find, while ignoring or reinterpreting the stories that do not. If these are the best stories Bigfoot believers can find, I don't think they are particularly impressive or compelling towards the Bigfoot cause. If you need to include Iron Nose, or Doubleface, or Dwarves to fill up your list, it seems like quite a stretch. Not to mention that some of the actual living indigenous communities explicitly disagree with how their stories are being interpreted and treated. It is desperate, in my opinion. Bigfooters are trying to ventriloquize these Native American storytellers, sometimes long after they have passed away, attempting to make them say what they want them or wish them to say. And I think this behavior works entirely contrary to the claims many of these authors make up front. From the opening of Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters. This work is dedicated to the native people of North America. These are your stories. Thank you for giving us a piece of knowledge about a creature that you have always known. Conclusion. So to answer the question that jump-started this project, yes, Bigfoot and Sasquatch do appear in some Native American stories, but the native versions of these creatures and beings bear no resemblance to the one modern Bigfoot believers have tried to retroactively force into these stories. It is not their Bigfoot. I personally think that minimizing this long list of at times sacred beings to something like Native American Sasquatch names doesn't appreciate the sheer uniqueness and diversity of these stories, nor does it respect the communities that have chosen to share them with us. Of course, not all Native American tribes or even individuals will have the same opinion or interpretation of Bigfoot. Despite all the research I've done, maybe I missed something. I am totally open to hearing more indigenous stories in the future, and I would like to hear these stories from native peoples directly, and not the filtered version that might be taken out of context or misrepresented. These are just my conclusions based on the current information available to me. This project allowed me to encounter a whole cross-section of Native American mythology, legends, parables, and history that I never would have read about otherwise. Just look at this massive pile of books I got. It was not only fun, but fascinating, and it showed me just how underappreciated Native American culture is. It's kind of disappointing and maybe embarrassing to me that it took a hairy ape man to get me to read about them. In any case, I'd advise anyone to take the time to read about these and similar stories. There's something beautiful about reading traditions that have survived so much and been passed down for so long. They deserve respect and to be appreciated. And with that, thank you so much for watching. Oh boy, that was quite the long video. But yes, we're done finally. Thank you for all watching.
Okay, now I have to decide. How convenient timing. His video ended as soon as I'm finished with the majority of the Kuromi face. Okay, face like the peepo. Or more of a comfy face. I suppose I can pick one and then at some point later I can come back to it and draw the other one so I can have like an animation. She's changing her face. It's being a comfy, happy Kuromi's. Oh, I should also make her tail. That'd be a pretty nice little addition. Okay. I guess the only thing I'm actually interested in, now that he has broken down the majority of the contents of this book, I believe the only thing I should look into is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, fourth. The fourth comment is, quote, "My source is I made it the fuck up," end quote. Kathy Strain. Nice meme. He stole my meme. So I guess the only thing I should look for in her book is to see if they have the story of the Jinakwa and the Booger Kid. Because it's a pretty interesting story. So that's good to know that I did not have to waste my time reading the grand majority of it. Phew. Now what though? How convenient. Chuck Jacobs just uploaded a new Bigfoot video 1 hour ago. How very convenient. Is that the latest in the Big Feet episodes? He didn't add it to his playlist, fuck. I think I do recall we looked at his other Big Feet. Oh no, there's an unwatched one 1 month ago. Another unwatched Bigfoot one 1 month ago. Okay, well, let's listen to this one from 1 hour ago. The title is Bigfoot Stuff. I did something interesting today.
Well, good evening, YouTube. This is Chuck, and it's Monday, March 18th, 2024, about 7 o'clock in the evening. And as you can tell, I'm coming to you from the man cave. And before I forget it, this little clock up on the wall above the door there, that thing's not accurate. It's developed a mind of its own, so don't pay any attention to the time on that.
It's the Grey Lamaux and the Big Feets broke it because of their electromagnetic pulses.
Had something today that happened that I thought was pretty interesting, and I figured I'd share it with you. And some time ago, another Bigfoot YouTuber that I've been in contact with told me about another YouTube channel that was looking for a contact in northern Arizona. And so I went ahead and emailed him and reached out to him, and told him I'd be willing to talk to him. So we traded emails, then we traded phone calls, and it turned out they were coming. They're out of Portland, Oregon, but they were going to be down here on some personal business, and they wanted to know if there was somebody that they could talk to while they're down here. Somebody that was into the subject matter and had some good experiences. Well, interestingly enough, some of the people that responded back to their request said, you need to get a hold of the Arizona 4. Well, I'm a founding member of the Arizona 4, and it's not really an organization. What it is, it was a group of us that had some experiences, and we were dealing with another Bigfoot YouTube channel. And so one of our guys just invented that term just so that the guy at the YouTube channel would know that he was dealing with us. And so it's not really an organization. The reason why we used the number 4 is because there was, at the time at that incident, there was 4 of us there. But there's actually more of us in our group, and there's probably 7 in the core group, but if you add everybody else and everybody's relatives and everything, there's probably 25 of us. And nearly all those 25 have had experiences of some kind, Sasquatch experiences of some kind, including sightings. So anyway, when I contacted them, I'd read those other comments, and when I contacted them, I told them that about the Arizona 4 was kind of a non-organization, but I told them I'd be willing to talk to them, and so basically today was the day. They're down here in Arizona, and it's 2 people that are, I guess there's 3 people total that run the organization, and the two of them were down here today, Jill and Brett. And so they made it a point to come to town. Well, the plan originally was to try to film the segment outdoors, but the weather didn't cooperate. It's cold and rainy and overall kind of miserable outside. And so as a plan B, I had made arrangements to use the bottom floor at the museum. And the museum's closed today, but the folks that run the place, I'm a member there, of course, and so they said, sure, no problem. So they opened it up for us, and we set up down there. Now, they've got some pretty fancy camera equipment and production equipment, including lighting and all that kind of stuff. They're not like me. They're not just somebody that talks to a phone and hopes for the best. And they are professional videographers. Before they got interested in the Bigfoot subject, they actually worked in another niche. They did video stuff for the construction industry, and they were doing great guns on that until COVID came along and all their market shut down and all their business dried up. And so they're basically videographers who are interested in the subject matter, and they go out and do their own research, plus they talk to other people that are interested in the subject matter. Well, the channel name is A Flash of Beauty, Bigfoot Revealed. They've only been around for a couple of years. Have interviewed some of the big names. They put together 2 documentary films, and they're available on Amazon if you want to go look for them. And the first one is A Flash of Beauty, Bigfoot Revealed, and the second one is called A Flash of Beauty, Paranormal Bigfoot. And I've watched them both, and a period of time between I contacted them and they met with me today. But they wanted to interview me, and as I said, our group is kind of a loose-knit group, and we're a bunch of individuals, so I don't speak for the group, but I basically talk to them about what I've experienced and what I've done, and they want to know a little bit about my background, and basically they had the camera running for probably 2 hours, and out of that, probably I talked for probably off and on probably an hour and a half, and so gave them my backstory, told them a little bit about what I've experienced, how I got there, and they seemed satisfied. They said they thought I did okay. I felt I did okay. It's going to take them, first of all, they got to go back home, and then it'll probably take them at least 2 or 3 days to edit all this, because it's kind of jumbled up the way they'd ask me questions, and I'd try to answer the questions, and it's not all ABC in line there, so it'll take them a little bit to figure out how they're going to present that. So I'll come out and tell everybody whenever that uploads, and we'll see how it came out. We'll see if I came out sounding intelligent, or if I came out sounding like a monkey, or what I might sound like.
A monkey?
But anyway, that's something kind of interesting. I've been interviewed before on stuff. This is from the Bigfoot subject. This is the lengthiest interview that I've done, and it's probably going to get some pretty broad attention. They have a pretty widespread viewership on their channel, and so once more, we'll see how it come out, and we'll see whether I'm proud of it or not. And with that, I guess let me just I told you what happened. That's really all I got for this evening. I enjoyed it. It was fun. Everything seemed to go well. They liked them being able to film in the museum. It ended up being a good venue to do that. And so hopefully everything works out well. Hopefully they finish up their trip safely and get back up to Portland safely. Interestingly enough, this time of year, if they'd waited a week, the weather would have been perfect. But they happened to come down here right in the middle of a big snowstorm and drove through snow 2 or 3 days to get here. And so anyway, it is what it is. So as I always tell you, take care of each other, love each other, take care of yourself. And I'll be back with you again on another one on another subject. And so for right now, it's a nice quiet evening out here. I'm sitting next to my heater. My heater's my buddy out here this time of year. And let me just tell you, until I talk to you again, I'll say peace out.
Nice. So now we gotta wait for the Chuck Jacobs. Wait a second. This isn't my world. Oh, it's over here. Gotta wait for the Chuck Jacobs Big Feet's interview. Big Feet's interview documentary. We gotta wait and see if he's gonna show up on Sasquatch Chronicles, because I think he's definitely got some information and experience that I have not heard anybody else at all bring up about the big feets being able to massage your prostate and help you through your cancer. Did he say pancreatic cancer? Yeah, something. But yeah, I have never heard anybody else mention anything anywhere near along those lines of what he himself has experienced. So that would definitely be interesting if he can, one way or another, have a slightly larger audience. Whether it's on his channel, whether it's on this documentary thingy, this interview thingy. I would imagine he would have told them about the healing, feeling the big feet's fingers in his prostate. It just sounds funny. Just saying it. But I would imagine he'd discuss that, since it's not quite the thing I ever think of when I think of a big feet. I think I'll do her tail later. I do, however, need to... Okay, yeah, this is the color here. I didn't think about it earlier, but I do need to do the lighting and the shading up here. So that's probably gonna have to happen next time. What time is it? It is midnight. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it soon. But I still have a little bit of energy left. Let's see if I can find something else to cover here. There is a new Strange Familiars, Bigfoot encounters in southern Indiana, the Black Dog, the Witches, and the Hat Man. We're not supposed to be here. Abducted by a shadow person. That one sounds pretty spooky. Episode 400, A Witch Tree in the Witch Cloud. Okay, is there anything non-spooky related that I can do instead? Most of the stuff I do on stream is spooky related. Okay, well, we'll do the Bigfoot encounters in southern Indiana. Do that one. This is from Strange Familiars again. This is the last thing we're going to cover today. And once this episode is over, or once I am tired, we'll call it a night.
World that I just I don't know them on any.
And he said he's been on other podcasts talking about that, but these other podcasts, they only want his Bigfoot stuff. They didn't want to hear about his paranormal stuff. I said, oh, no, I want him. I want it all. So next week, he'll be back, and he'll be talking about his paranormal stuff.
So we have kind of a Hoosier-centric run here for a while.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of appropriate.
Mm-hmm. We should get Brett Manning on, too. She's a Hoosier.
I've invited Brett on before, and, it was a tentative yes, and then we just kind of...
She's got the best sense of humor. There's certain people that are, I know kind of related to the Strange Familiars world that I just, I don't know them on any level, but I just appreciate their humor, like Zoe and Brett, and there's just a bunch of people who I just kind of know in the periphery, and you know, that feeling where you feel like you get to know people's personalities online.
I had asked Brett to come on to promote her art book, and then it just kind of, I'll have to have her on. I'll have to reconnect. We'll have to do that. Yes, I will be leaving for Indiana next week. Speaking of witch diggers, I wanted to talk a little bit about witch diggers research because I've been approached by multiple people. I just wanted to address a couple things. We are aware of the Jennings County Historical Society website. We've seen all the information there. If we didn't present it in the episode, it's because we're not sure the information is accurate yet. It's not because we didn't find it. We are also aware of the Bischler family trees that are on Ancestry. To put it kindly, they're not correct.
Yeah, not all of them. Yeah, and people have information that's...
It's not accurate.
Yeah.
We're aware of all this stuff. It's not that we didn't find it. We found it, and we did more research. We know Nick Bischler's military records. We have them. He was not dishonorably discharged. We know where he ended up. We will be sharing all of this information in our book. We got to keep something for the book. Historical societies, they're great sources of information, but they're not always the correct information. And I learned this with the Hermit book as well. A lot of times they're printing the legend. A lot of times they're printing local people's memories of things, which are often not correct.
Or sometimes it's just they have a lot of information, but there's more to learn. I think that's actually the case. A lot of the information isn't entirely correct, but there's just a lot more to be. There's always more to learn.
Things get conflated. When it comes to weird behaviors or weird things that we discuss on the show, people like to have explanations for that, and sometimes they make them up.
Mm-hmm.
We see this in Bigfoot accounts and these historical Bigfoot accounts all the time.
It's a bear.
They saw a raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Come on. So we're aware of all this information. If we didn't present it in the show, it's not because we weren't aware of it. It's because we decided that
it didn't fit the narrative as we knew it so far, I think.
There you
a
go.
lot of it.
The book will have all this information. and more. We're on it. I promise. We got it. So I guess I'll have a lot of stuff I'm bringing back from Indiana.
Mm-hmm. You wait to see what show I produce next week on my own.
Oh,
And put out while you're gone. You have no idea what's going to happen.
There might be a lot of Indiana content coming up here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I imagine there will be. There's so much we have to do out there. Like, an incredible amount of stuff we have to cover. It will probably be more than one visit, I'm thinking. But we'll see what we can get done on this first visit. Super excited. Super, super excited. I feel like I've said it before. This was the first specifically Strange Familiars thing. The first 3 episodes being based on my book. You know, This was like the first thing I did with Josh. And I feel like it's been waiting for me in a sense. And I feel so privileged and happy to finally be able to go to this property and dig in deep. And
dig in deep.
Pun partially intended.
Yeah.
And see what we can get. So I'm super excited about that. Well, without further ado, let's go ahead and talk to Jacob.
I'd like to welcome Jacob to Strange Familiars. How you doing today?
Going on, Tim?
Well, I'm excited to talk to you. You heard our Witch Digger show, and you contacted me and said you're from the general area of southern Indiana. Is that correct?
Yep. Yes, sir. 40 miles north, Louisville, Kentucky. Yep. Lived here my whole life. Oh, so I'm 38 years old. Been here for a little bit.
Super interested to get your experiences.
He's 38. He sounds like he's in his 50s or 60s. What the heck?
And you said you got some Bigfoot stuff, and I'd like to start with that, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it's fine. I've talked to a few people, and yeah, that's usually where everybody wants to start at.
Well, I mean, I guess, did all this happen in Indiana for you?
Yeah, it's all happened right here in Indiana. And I've had a few experiences down by the Ohio River, close to Kentucky there. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens around here.
Well, what was the first thing that happened that sort of set you in mind of Bigfoot?
Well, before I actually even knew much about it, I mean, you know, I grew up, my dad was always into sci-fi and everything like that. I've seen the Patterson film and all that stuff. But, you know, I always thought it was a possibility and whatnot, but never would have thought in Indiana. But, you know, as I got a little older, become a teenager and stuff, started deer hunting and turkey hunting and all that good stuff. And I had a buddy, his dad let me hunt in his tree stand. You know, my parents let me skip school to go deer hunt. Through the week, my buddy's dad would let me sit in his tree stand. Well, you pull off the road. I mean, it's just a few miles down the road from where I live at now. And I mean, my mom and dad live like 5 miles down the road from me. So, I mean, I didn't go very far growing up. So, well, anyway, you pull off the road there into a hay field, and I'd pull all the way to the back end of it, and it's completely surrounded by woods with a little creek down the bottom. And there's an old skidder trail from where they logged. It goes straight up the hill. I'd park at the bottom of that there, and I would get out and I'd walk up that hillside. And it was bow season, so all I had was a bow. Back then, I was young. I didn't have any pistols or anything, so I never carried anything like that with me. I just had an old junky bow, nothing special. And I'm heading up this skidder trail. Well, I'd hear something over to the right of me. You know, as a teenager growing up and stuff, I always just thought it was coyotes, like doing contact calls to each other, like maybe letting each other know something. I mean, I don't know why the hell I would have that in my mind, because, I mean, I don't think they do that, but that's just what I was thinking. And I did a little more research into looking into sounds and stuff for animals around here, and it ended up being a sound really similar to barred owls, that when they're courting each other, they make a little cooing sound to each other. But this was right on the ground.
The last time we listened to somebody mentioning barred owls, It was the guy who said, Yahoo! I wonder if this guy's also going to do a Mario Yahoo. We'll see.
I mean, probably if I was guessing within 20 feet of me, to my right, I'd hear this sound and go, oh!
That's pretty close.
If you heard barred owls, you may have heard that sound before.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
I can't sound exactly like it, but I'd hear that sound there.
Interesting, there's a place we go to called Site 7, and we were recording barred owls pretty consistently there for a while. So, yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that sound.
Yeah, I mean, we've got barred owls here. They're always down by the lake, a couple lakes we fish at and stuff. And so, I mean, I'm familiar with them, you know, when they do the who cooks for you sound. You know, everybody likes that. And they're a pretty big bird, really.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen them plenty of times down there right at dusk, fly across the lake. But anyways, as I'm going up that Skitter Trail, I hear that sound to my right. And, you know, I was like, oh, man, you know, you just get that fear a little bit in you. I had in my mind it was coyotes. And I keep going. Then there's one to my left of me. Does the same thing. And as I keep going up the trail, I mean, I only got probably 100 yards, give or take, to get to the top of this hill. And it's a pretty steep incline. So, I mean, you're not going to really walk it real fast. But as I get up, I mean, they just keep going on either side of me. And I get to the top, you know, never heard another sound, never heard a stick break, nothing. I get all the way up there, and there's a four-wheeler trail off the side of it. And I walk down there, and probably, I don't really remember, maybe 50 yards or so would be my buddy's dad's tree stand. So I climbed up it. It was just a ladder stand, and I got up in there, and I was, you know, thinking about it. I was like, you know, constantly looking around, you know, never did see nothing. No coyotes or nothing, hear nothing run around or anything. And the sun starts coming up, and then I start hearing the school bus. I hear the school buses go down the road because the road's not too far back behind me. I mean, it's a pretty good ways. You couldn't see none of the vehicles or anything going down the road. And, you know, people going to work in the morning. After all that kind of calmed down, so, I mean, it's probably around 7:30-ish, 8 o'clock, and maybe a little, I don't know exactly. I mean, it was a long time ago, exact on the times anyway. But it was just real early morning there. And just down over to the left of me where I was sitting in the stand, it kind of just drops down into like a little washout ditch, kind of like a gully or whatever when it rains. And there's a bunch of big briar bushes down there. And there was something, well, I didn't hear anything down in there, just out of nowhere. Just something goes, whoa, 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 whoa. Just, I about crapped my pants. And I mean, everything was just dead quiet after that. And I'm just sitting there. I mean, my eyes were probably bigger than golf balls. And I didn't know what to think. You know, I was sitting there, and I already had an arrow knocked in my bow, you know, just ready for a deer come up or whatever, and I'm sitting there just shaking. And I've never heard of anybody having any gorillas or any gorillas being loose in Indiana. So, but Bigfoot never came to mind to me.
What is it?
But the first thing that did come to mind to me, which I've told this story before on a few other podcasts. The first thing that come to my mind is I was with my mom a year or so before then, before I had my driver's license, and we were coming up the road, and where's the power line cut, we got the big giant metal power lines that run through out here. You know, they're huge. And I seen a giant black cat. I'm not talking like the size of a black lab or a big dog, or, you know, there weren't no mistaking it. I mean, I've been to the circus several times with my children and stuff like that. And I mean, this thing was just as big as a female African lion. I mean, or pretty close to it anyway.
Wow.
I mean, it was huge. And it had its tail straight up in the air. It was walking through the weeds. And I could see, you know, the ass end of the cat, and his tail was straight up, and he was just rocking his tail side to side like a house cat does when it's, you know, completely comfortable walking around or whatever. And it scared me to death. I tried to get my mom to look at it, and I can't remember she wouldn't pay no attention to me.
Oh my goodness.
And we drove right on past it. The power line cut there is only like a couple 100 feet wide or so, maybe 400, 500 feet at the most, something like that. But go ahead, what was you going to say?
I saw a mountain lion, a cougar, normal colored, in Maryland one time. I was working for, my dad used to have a telephone company. I worked for him doing installation and stuff. About 10 in the morning, I was on my way to a job, and it was just walking through this field near my dad's farm. And I was like, that's a mountain lion. Holy cow, right? But, they're not supposed to be in Maryland, but okay, it's a somewhat natural creature. The next day, though, the same exact time in the morning, it was 10 in the morning, but I was driving with my brother this time. My brother was driving, I was in the passenger seat. Same place, same field, same time of day. I see this thing again. And I'm talking to my brother. I'm like, hey, look at that. Look, there's a mountain lion. And it's like it didn't register with him. It's so weird. Like your description of that is like, it just gave me chills because it was the same thing. It's like he didn't care. And I mean, my brother's in the woods as much as I am. He should be interested in something like that, being around the farm.
Yeah, you would say something like that. You'd think someone would just turn their head immediately.
Yeah.
But, the best of my memory, she just didn't even acknowledge me at all.
That's exactly what happened with my brother. I think he might have gone, and just kept driving. And I was like, no, look. And it just didn't register with him. That is odd. That is really interesting the way you described that. It gave me chills. Sorry, go ahead with your story.
Yeah, but that was when I was sitting there in that tree stand. That's the first thing I thought of. And I was terrified.
That's me. That's me when I'm in New York. And there's a crime afoot, and the police are gathered. And people are all staring at the crime scene. And somebody says, like, look, a crime. And I'm just like, And I keep going on with my day. That's literally me, for real. Patches, what the heck? No. Don't sit on a tablet. What the heck? Don't sit there. I may have to end here soon if she wants too much attention. We will see.
Because I remembered how big it was, and I just had this little junky bow. I mean, it was definitely good enough to kill deer with. I mean, but a big predator, I mean, what you going to do?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I continued on sitting there just scared to death for quite a while. And, I never heard another sound, never heard leaves, never heard nothing move. Never seen a deer, turkey, never seen anything the whole rest of that morning. I mean, I sat there for a couple more hours because I was just scared to death. And, I finally got the courage to get up and get down. I got down and walked back down and never really thought too much of it again, other than until I started having other experiences and listening to podcasts as I've gotten a little bit older here, really getting into the stuff. But yeah, I was like, and I've heard other people talk about that gorilla sound. And,
oh yeah.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. I tried to tell my buddy's dad about it, and he said, well, down the road over there on the other side of the road, he said, there's a donkey up there. I said, well, it wasn't a donkey. I've grown up around horses and donkeys and mules. My wife's grandfather, he had mules, and I used to brush them, and I did all kinds of stuff for him over there, helping the old man out. And, I mean, a donkey or a mule don't sound like a gorilla.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I'll never forget that. But whenever I'd hear those barred owl sounds going up the trail, I've heard that many a times. I mean, even riding four-wheelers in the past, being out fishing, I've heard it. It don't sound quite right. It's like a lot of people say, it sounds like an 800-pound owl or a 500-pound owl. And I've experienced that a couple of times, just hearing that owl sound. But it don't sound like the barred owls. Cause I've heard them making that sound too, and they sound normal. And then it's, that one ain't right.
Yeah.
But, who knows?
Yeah.
That boy ain't right.
That's about it on the. That's the first memory I have of that. And all the years of hunting and stuff. You hear the loud sticks breaking and stuff back here, and I always thought, there's a deer coming, a big buck maybe. Nothing ever shows up. And I've heard the wood knock several times too out. Well, who knows what that is really? I had this guy, because I do a lot of catfishing. I used to work with him in a sawmill, here in Salem, Indiana, and I'd go down the river. I'd catch big old catfish and stuff. He'd hit me up on Messenger on Facebook, bugging me all the time because I'd post pictures of me catching some pretty good sized catfish down there. And he's like, man, I want to get down there and catch some big old catfish. And he just kept bugging me all the time. So finally, we went a couple of times. And I mean, he's all right feller, but he just really wasn't my type of person I'd like to hang out with. But anyways, we're down here at the Ohio River. It's called the Falls of the Ohio. It's a state park, I guess. But anyways, I mean, it's right there in town of Old Clarksville. And on the other side of the flood wall, that's a subdivision, houses everywhere. You look around the bend from where we were setting up the fish, you can see Louisville on the other side. So we're down there, and the flood water just went down. And we were walking back through the trails back behind the museum down there. And we get down through the woods, it's a pain in the butt getting down through there. There's logs, piles of debris, all kinds of crap down there from the floodwaters receded. There's sand and pea gravel. I mean, it's kind of tough going down through there. You got your fishing poles, and we carry backpacks. They're pretty heavy. But anyways, we get on down to the river and get our poles set up and stuff, and get our bait out in the water, sitting there. We're just shooting the crap about whatever. And I think what happened first, I started seeing rocks hitting the water down by one of my poles. It's about a foot out in the water. And after I seen a few of them or so, I said something to him, and I was like, dude, you see them rocks keep hitting? I said, somebody's throwing rocks. And he's like, oh man, them are shad jumping down there. He said, I've seen the splashes down there. And I was like, man, I've been fishing down here for years and years and years. I know what shad look like, or any kind of little bait fish jumping around down there. I mean, this was little splashes of rocks were hitting the water, little pebbles. And we were just sitting there and talking and stuff, and next thing I know, I look up, and I'm looking towards the west from where we're sitting at. And, it's already dark. I don't know, probably at this point, it's probably around 10 p.m., maybe closer to 11. I'm not sure. I don't remember exact. But I'm sitting there, and I look up to the west there, and there's 3 lights up in the sky. There's just 3 lights in the sky. They look like stars almost, but, I mean, they're bigger than stars. They're just like the color of a bright star. It's a white light. And I'm looking at it, and they're just 3 in a straight line. Looks like they're, spaced out a couple inches apart from the distance away they were. They're starting to move towards the north. Well, the front one goes out. It's like it just blinked out. Then the 2 behind it, the first one moves up to its spot, and the last one moves up to the middle spot, then another one appears behind it. It continuously keeps happening. And I'm like, dude, you see that up there? And he's like, what the hell is that? I was like, dude, I think those are UFOs up there, man. He's like, no, man, no, there ain't no way. And, he's a pretty religious feller, goes to church and stuff all the time, and all that. He don't believe in none of that stuff. And, he made it clear to me that he don't believe in any of this stuff. And the whole time this is happening, I'm still seeing those rocks hitting the water every so often. We keep talking about stuff or whatever, and he just ain't having it. I don't really remember what he said, if he said they're airplanes or what. But it obviously wasn't, because, this cycle of the one blinking out in the front and the other 2 moving forward, this happened with, there would probably been 30 to 50, maybe more, that had cycled in that whole time. I don't remember if it just disappeared or what happened. I don't really remember, because it's starting to get activity behind us in the woods, because we're down on the mud, and there's a little section of woods behind us, and it goes up so far, the roots are all exposed on the ground and stuff, and there's big boulders and stuff like that down there. And then it gets up so far, and it's sand and pea gravel with all the remains of the flood. The water receded, and then it gets to the flood wall and goes, it's just a big berm of dirt. They keep the grass cut on and stuff where people walk on top of it, or a walking trail, I guess. And then on the other side of that's all them houses. Well, I'm sitting there talking about that or whatever, and I start hearing like sticks crunching back, like somebody had maybe like a handful of small sticks, little twigs, maybe something like that, and they sound like they're just crunching, like someone's just twisting them in their hands. I'm like, what the hell is that, man? I was like, there's somebody back here. We keep shining our lights and stuff back there. I don't see no people. There's homeless people down there and stuff on the river and stuff too. I've had them several times spook me. just sneak up on you down there. But couldn't find anybody back behind us. And the rocks are still hitting the water. They're just every so often. We sitting there talking or so, and I go, maybe I heard another sound or something. I don't know. I turned around to shine a light. Well, I seen a light back on in the woods. It was back in a pretty good ways about where that walking trail is, where we came in at, where the pea gravel and the sand is. And I'm looking at it, you know, and it kind of looks like an LED light. It's a perfect round ball, and it's like the bluish color with the like how LED light is in a way. But it wasn't emitting no light at all. It's just sailing down through there. I mean, at a speed that maybe like somebody that jogs all the time. So probably like 5 miles an hour or so. I'm just guessing. But I was just like, I thought about it. You know, this is a couple of years ago. That would probably be about the speed of it if you were like jogging at a good speed. But this thing is just coming down through in a smooth motion, and it's not shaking side to side. It's not emitting no light. And I was like, dude, you see that? What the hell is that? He's like, well, I thought that was a headlight off a car or something. There ain't no road over there, dude. The road's on the other side of the flood walls. And I was like, you would hear it. You know, you hear a car or a motorcycle or, you know, anything, you'd hear it. So there ain't nothing. And I look back, and it's right back at the very beginning where it started. And it's coming down the trail again. And I'm like, what the? You know, it really screwed with my head a little bit there. I was like, I mean, it had went back at least 50 to 70 yards or so. I mean, it just repeated itself. I didn't know what to think about that, and then it was gone. So, you know, I start telling him about all the Bigfoot stuff I've seen. I was like, dude, I've heard all this stuff 100 times about Bigfoot's throw rocks, they're breaking sticks. You see these orbs out in the woods, which I've never seen in my life. It's the only time I've ever seen an actual orb with the Bigfoot situation anyway. Well, what I think is Bigfoot. Anyways, it disappears. We're sitting there talking about it, and he's still not having it. Don't believe in this stuff. Bigfoot's not real. Okay. Well, we're sitting there, and the rocks, I'm starting to get more rocks hitting the water a little more faster. And out of nowhere, just boom. I mean, if I could guess, something picked up a big old piece of driftwood or a rotten log or something and just bashed it against a tree because it exploded. You could hear all the little pieces of debris from whatever it was just scatter through everything. And I looked at him, I said, dude, we need to get the hell out of here right now. And he's like, yeah, let's go. And it's probably 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning by then, maybe a little later, hell, I don't remember exactly. So we get down there, start reeling our poles in, throwing our bait off our hooks, hooking our hooks on. Well, them rocks are hitting the water faster. And these are just, like I said, like maybe pebble-sized rocks. They're not making huge splashes. Well, at this point, I'm reeling in that last pole. Well, the splashes are getting a little bigger, like a little bit bigger rocks. I'm starting to freak out a little bit. So I'm cranking that pole in, get it in, throw my backpack on and stuff. And I was like, you ready? And then he's getting ready to walk right into the woods, right where that log just got exploded back behind us. And I was like, dude, I'm not going in those woods. I was like, we're going to walk back up the river and around because it's a big flat rock out there when the water's down. And it's a fossil bed. I mean, a lot of people go down there to look at the fossils and all that stuff. So we're walking up the side of the river there. It transitions into rock. So we're climbing up on the side of the rock here. And it's got a big rock face wall. As you're walking up the side, it's probably, 8 or 10 feet over your head. And we get down to the corner of it. You know, you go probably, a couple hundred feet. And then it just makes a straight corner around. And then you won't be able to see where we were fishing at once you get around that corner. And it's just rock wall all the way down through there. And you got to walk about, 70, 100 yards, give or take. And you can get up through there, but by the museum again and back to the parking lot. Well, I get to that corner, and we kind of stopped to maybe readjust our backpacks or something. About then, I went to just look back, and this thing, whatever it was, man, it roared so freaking loud at me, or at us, and my knees just buckled, and I almost fell on the ground. And I go to music festivals with, I've heard plenty of people say, it's like being at a Slayer concert, just a percussion off them speakers just beating on you. It was pretty similar to that. And, I mean, it just rocked your guts for you. Just shook me to, I almost fell down. My buddy there with me, and he's just like, what the hell was that? I don't know, man. So, I've listened to so many people's descriptions of these roars, and I mean, they're dead on with it, with sounding like the African lion. And I've heard a few people talk about how like alligators bellow, pretty similar, just that deep, bassy, just the most scariest damn sound you ever hear in your life in the middle of the night trying to get out of the river. And I was scared to death that thing was just going to come jumping down off the rocks. In my mind, it seemed like it was just, we did not see it. It just seems like it was just like it was right there in that spot that we were fishing at. From that's just kind of the way I've just pictured it in my mind. That's where the noise come from. And I mean, it hit me like a train. I mean, the fear was pretty intense, and I was just so scared. I was like, "Hey, let's go!" And we started going on through the rocks, and you can't run down there. There's so many little holes and stuff like that. If you ran, you'd probably end up falling in.
Why the heck does this look like a sun? What is this? What is that? Why does it look like that? It's blinding me.
You get hurt pretty bad just falling down. We got on up there and got to where the museum part was, and got back up to the car. And, well, it was my old junky truck I got, and we got the truck and fired it up and started heading up the road. And I was like, "Dude, what the hell was that?" And he's like, "I don't want to talk about it." I was like, "Dude," I'm cussing like a sailor. I was like, "That's an effing Bigfoot, dude. I mean, that's a freaking Sasquatch back there that just screamed at us." He's like, "I don't want to talk about it." So I jump on the interstate. It's about 35 miles there or so from there back to my house. And he don't talk to me at all the whole way home.
Wow.
And I still haven't talked to him until it was crazy because I was on another feller's podcast. His name's Rye Boss. He's starting up his new he was the Lost Frequency podcast. I was talking to him a week or so ago, and that feller actually got a hold of me. It's been a long time, and he's just straight to it. "You been catching any fish?" Yeah, I was like, "No, I mean, it's not been a good year. 2023 was not a good year for me for catfishing." But anyways, yeah, I thought it was weird, man. I haven't heard no more out of him. He just asked me if I've been.
He didn't address the roar when he called you, did he?
No.
Yeah.
No, he just messaged me on Messenger.
Oh, okay.
On Facebook.
Yeah.
I thought about just saying, "Hey, you remember that Sasquatch we experienced down there?" I was like, "Yeah, you probably tell everybody I'm a crazy man or something."
I don't know what it is. I mean, I've heard that before. Some people, they just don't want to deal with it. Like, they shut down in a way. They're like, nope, not dealing with it. We're not talking about that. It's weird. It's really weird. It's very similar to the way, like I said, my brother reacted to that cat, and maybe the way your mom reacted. Yep. It's just like not. For them somehow. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird.
I mean, I've always just been the kind of person, I mean, I see a ghost or, something, anything, I'm telling my buddies. I've even opened my mouth at work about this. Yeah, I learned real quick that's a bad idea. Yeah, got made fun of for a couple of weeks. I don't let it bother me, but, it still kind of, piss you off a little bit.
Yeah.
Making fun of me. I'm like, man, come on, guys, this ain't freaking high school. Come on. You think you can kind of trust people. You work around them for several years, and then they start treating you like you're an idiot. Yeah, I don't take too well to that.
I met some kayakers. I was out hiking and met some kayakers and just struck up a conversation with them. We talked for a long time, maybe 20 minutes or something, just shooting the shit, just talking. And I was asking about kayaking creeks and stuff because I never done that, and I'd like to start. We were having a great rapport, great back and forth. They're super nice. They're like, "Oh, you should come out. I'll take you kayaking. I'll teach you how to do it, all this stuff." And then, I said, "Hey, you guys ever experience anything weird out there?" And they're like what? And I was like, "I don't know. I'm kind of interested in Bigfoot and all that stuff." They packed up their kayaks, didn't say another word to me, and drove off. I was like, okay.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's just crazy how, some people are just so narrow-minded to things.
Yeah. I think it's just weird people,
Yeah, some people just, I mean, hell, you can even say something about a ghost. Or even, how UFOs and aliens and all that stuff, that the government's released all that stuff here the past year or so. I've talked to guys at work, and they're like, "I don't believe in any of that."
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
getting back to it, yeah, that was a terrifying experience.
Right.
That, I tell you, I didn't go back down there fishing for quite some time. And shortly after, well, it was probably a month or so, if I'm remembering right. You know, I got a real good buddy, Tim. You know, he's like a brother to me, and he helps me with anything I need help with. I help him with anything. He's like, we're going fishing, because me and him fish all the time together, and we've had experiences together too. You know, I tell you, we went down there, I was nervous as a tick down there. Just, oh man, it took a while to kind of get over it, and then got over it. And well, anyways, we went down there, whatever. I wasn't very comfortable. So maybe the following weekend or so, I was like, dude, let's just go to the lake down the road up here from my house. It's about, I don't know, less than 10 miles away. And I was like, let's just go up there and catch channel cats or something. I know they're not monster fish, but they're still fun to catch. And just get the hell out of the house. So I'm all packed up, and of course, Tim's always late. So he comes rolling in late. He's mad, cussing. Come on, you know, we load up. We're driving my car. You know, I live out here, and it's Amish country out here. And the closer you get over to that lake, they're everywhere over there. So we're going down past all the Amish's houses, and it turns into a gravel road. And this gravel road's up on top of the big giant ridges over there, and it's, I don't know, it's national for it. A lot of it's forestry.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some people own little chunks of it in between here and there. Well, anyways, we're going down through that gravel road. It's woods on both sides. And, you know, I always enjoyed my whole life driving down them gravel roads. It's just nice driving down the road. You got trees all up around you. It's like driving down a tunnel almost.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you get down to the bottom, and then you take your right turn, and it goes back to pavement at the bottom. And it's a dead-end road. It goes back to this lake. You know, it's got a big, nice parking lot. Well, it's got two parking lots, one for boat trailers and just another just regular parking lot. And the boat ramp's in the middle of the two. Well, we're coming down the road there, and it's just like a little hump. You drive over there, and my buddy Tim's like, dude, I just seen orange eyes out there in the woods right there to the right. You know, I was just driving, and we were going like, I don't know, 20 mile an hour. I didn't see them.
Is this nighttime?
I didn't see them. Yeah, well, because he was running late. You know, we usually like get down there about an hour before dark, you know, get to our spot, start getting set up and stuff. I left that part out. So, yeah, it's pretty much dark. I mean, there's still a little bit of a twilight off in the distance from the sun's down, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You got the twilight out there a little bit. Well, he sees these orange eyes, and he's like, dude, they're huge. I was like, I didn't see it. We get down there and get parked, and he's like, dude, and he's like, shine a spotlight up there and stuff. You know, we carry spotlights with us, and then you know, I'm a miner. I work in the rock quarries, so I've got this one. It's a headlamp, and it's just got one LED block in the middle of it. I could shine that thing freaking 500 yards. I mean, it's just a beam of light, and it just lights up everything in its path. And he's like, dude, I'm telling you, I seen orange eyes up there. I was like, I believe you, man. You know, he was getting pissed off at me. I was just like, I mean, me and him, you know, we're pretty hard on each other. We give each other a hard way to go. You know, I was like, I mean, dude, you seen it. I mean, I get you. I mean, I didn't see it, but okay. Well, anyways, we get on down there and find our little spot we like to fish at and get our stuff set up, you know, normal routine there. Hell, we actually start catching fish. We're the only people there. We're pretty happy about that. You know, it's always nice when you got the whole lake to yourself. It's a pretty good-sized lake. And we're down on the dam, about, I don't know, a little more than halfway down, pretty close to where the spillway is to it.
Like, seriously?
And I don't know exactly the point that we decided to just shine the light. You know, we didn't hear no noise or nothing. It just, I don't know, I guess occasionally we just like to shine our light. And Tim shined that light over, and he hollered at me. He's like, there it is. I mean, it's about 200 yards away, give or take a little bit. I mean, it's a pretty good distance. But right up on that little hillside there, right where he's seen it, where we drove through, standing there, right beside the tree, with its arms down, just standing straight up with its arms next to its sides. Big old orange eyes glowing. And we were both just like, holy shit. Wow. You know, and it was eye shine. It was from the light shining on it. You know, you take the light, they weren't glowing, which, you know, I don't doubt anybody that has seen anything like that, but in this case, it was eye shine. It was humongous, dude. My youngest daughter is 6 years old. We just measured her the other day. She's 3'6". And, you know, I put the ruler on top of her head there at the corner of the kitchen and put a mark on the wall, you know, like everybody used to do back in the day. Sure. She thought that was the coolest thing. But anyway, what I'm getting at is that the way I could compare it, if I was up there beside that guy and I'm 5'10", it would be like my daughter standing next to me.
Wow.
It was a big, big creature. And I was just like, holy shit. And we were both just like what the hell do we do?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it just stood there staring at us. So we're talking, this, that, the other. Well, here comes a Jeep or a truck. I can't remember which one. There's two vehicles in the story. Well, this vehicle comes down the road. We'll just say the first one's a Jeep. I mean, they're hauling ass down the road there. We live out here in the boonies, so people that sitting around the house drinking or whatever, a couple buddies, they're like, well, hell, let's go down to the lake and go fishing. You know, who knows? Well, these guys, they get down there. Well, the creature's gone. And we shined the light back up there after they drove through. Okay, well, it's gone. They backed down the boat ramp, and they just parked their truck on the side, or their Jeep, or whichever one it was, on the side of the boat ramp there. And we can hear them. It's about the same distance across there. It's about 200 yards or so from where we were at to the boat ramp, the caddy corner across the lake there. You know, you hear them getting their fishing poles out and stuff, stumbling around. They're talking. Well, they're doing whatever. I mean, this is only in a matter of a couple minutes. They're grabbing all their back up and throwing it in their vehicle. They jump in there, slam the doors, and they haul ass right back out there.
Wow.
We were both like, holy, that thing was over doing something. I mean, we never heard any growls or nothing. So, I mean, it's hard to say what happened to them, but they were gone. Well, Tim or me, one of us, shined the light back up there again. He's back again. Just staring at us. And we've caught several fish, too, in this process. We'll set our poles up and pole holders straight up and down, and we'll put glow sticks on them with electrical tape. So when you get a hit, you know, it bends over, you know, you see it real good. We've caught several fish throughout this time here. You know, we're
Okay, I think I only need like 3 different frames for the lighting. This one. Okay, these two are the same frame. What's that, like 2 pixels? I need a ruler. Pencil, give me that. 1, 2. I guess that's about over here on this, right by his eyebrows, like 2, maybe 3. I guess probably the easiest way to do this would be to just use like feathering. Okay, these two are also the same frame. How about 5? Frame 5. Also the same frame. Fuck, which one is it? It's this one. Okay, so I definitely need at least 3. I think from this point forward it just loops back around. Frame 8. No. Frame 9. Okay, so we have layer 1, layer 2, 6, 10. Well, I think the easiest way, yeah, just make 3 different frames for the lighting. Should be pretty simple. And And because I am lazy, I'll just go ahead and do my feathering trick. Make it super duper simple.
We're pretty paranoid too, but I don't know. We never did really get scared. I mean, I guess because of the distance, maybe. Not really sure. But anyway, here comes another vehicle, and the same exact thing happens again. They start getting their stuff out. Next thing you know, man, they're slamming stuff around, hauling ass out of there. So they take off again too. It's getting pretty late. I would say it was probably after midnight, maybe later. We shine the light back up there, and he's standing there again, man.
Wow.
We normally carry pistols with us and stuff, but for some reason we didn't have pistols with us that night, which, it wouldn't have did us any good anyway, more than likely.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, something that big, I mean, unless you hit in the eye or something, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard stuff like that on, like, Wes's show. Wes would be like, shoot him right in the face. And I'm like, well, I mean, if it had to be done, it had to be done. I mean, I haven't got nothing against anybody that wants to do that kind of thing. I don't really take no pleasure in killing anything.
Well, yeah, sure.
Anymore. I mean, I don't hunt anymore or nothing. But anyway, getting back to the lake there. So, I mean, we've watched those people get scared out, or, well, that's what we thought happened anyway. I mean, there's a Sasquatch standing down there. I mean, what else could have happened? So we ain't caught any fish in probably 30 minutes to an hour at that point, if I remember right. And that's when we're like, well, might as well just call it a night. But I'm like, well, and that's kind of like when it kicked us right in the ass right there. Like, we got our car's parked right down there at where he's at. He was probably within 50 yards of our car, of my car. So we were both kind of like, oh man, I don't remember the exact conversation because, at that point, it's kind of the fear is really kicking in. I mean, there's basically a giant standing down there. Well, we got our poles drilled up and stuff like that, and, gathered our backpacks, and we kept shining our light up there. He was there while we were messing with stuff, then just out of nowhere, he's gone again.
That's worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you want to know where he is.
We climb up to the top of the dam, because we was down a little bit lower, down closer to the water. So we climb up to the top, which they keep it mowed. It's a pretty nice lake down there. And they keep that grass mowed. So we got up there on the top, and we're shining all down the bottom, because, we're not taking any steps further. We're going to try to find this dude. I can't see him, so we take off walking. And, I don't really remember the conversation, but I know my plan. I was probably going to just try to trip Tim or something and run if, something bad.
What the heck?
No, I'm just kidding. I made that up. But
what the heck? Wow, he's trying to save face. He's actually thinking that he's going to trip his buddy so the big feet gets him instead. And now that he's on the podcast, like, no, I was JKing. Lol. XD, Lamau, imagine? Lol, XD. That's literally what he's saying.
Down there to the corner of the dam, and, we're probably within 80 yards or so of where he was standing at throughout the whole encounter. I know I was.
Oh, I was going to say, I think it might be better if... I just do the lighting at the very end. Once I flatten the image into one single layer. Might be. Although that will fuck up my edges here on the monitor. I'll be okay. I can do it.
Shaking in my boots a little bit. And we got down to the car there, and it's like, well, I'm going to shine my light. You put your stuff in the car, and then whenever you get your stuff in there, you shine your light. I'm pretty sure that's how the conversation went, because that's what we did. So we kept a light up there the whole time, just panning all around us, and it never did advance on us, and we did not see it again. And we got in the car, and, it felt a little safer once we was in the car. I don't know why. I got a little bitty Subaru car. This thing could probably pick it up and throw it.
Right.
We kind of cruised up through there, and never did see anything again. And my buddy Tim, he's on the passenger side, so he's shining over the top of the car with the spotlight. Nothing. We drove on out of there with probably. It changed both our lives at that point. We know 100%.
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
Could you see? I know it was 200 yards away, but could you see hair and everything, or were you just getting sort of the sort of basic idea of the upright something?
Yeah, you just getting your basic ID, just like the black cutouts, you see people put on the side of their barns or something like that. But I mean, its eyes you know, a lot of people say that, you know, they'll raise their hand up or something like that to block the light, or they'll squint their eyes. I mean, this dude just kept his eyes wide open the whole time. I mean, never squinted them. Even when we had the light on, I don't even think I noticed him ever blink while we had the light on him. I mean, there's no way it was a person or some kind of loose cow or a horse going out.
Okay, I gotta start looking up some memes. What are some good memes I can use here? Gotta get like pictures to hang on the wall or some figurines. Oh, wait, and I know a good one. Oh, fuck. That's not Google, that's Googa. Googa.com.
I told my buddy Tim, I said, you know, I've seen eye shine like that, similar, I mean, the size of the eyes. We used to spotlight when we were kids, you know, teenagers, we drive around in our cars and spotlight the fields out here. I mean, it's legal in Indiana as long as you ain't got no firearms in your car while you spotlight. We'd shine deer all the time. You know, just something us redneck boys did for fun. And there was a fella that had some of them Texas Longhorns, I think that's what they're called. The big bulls with giant horns that stick out sideways. And that thing, it had some big old, like, bluish green eyes. But, I mean, that's probably about the size they were. I mean, just huge eyes. I can see it right now. I mean, just like it just happened 5 minutes ago. I can see it in my mind. I mean, I'll never forget it.
Okay, here's the first one.
I mean, this happened after being roared at down there at the river. I mean, I knew for a fact that time. I mean, that's for sure what it was.
So massive?
Right. You know, I didn't see it, but I mean, what the hell else?
Yeah.
If it was a lion, it wouldn't have exploded a log against a tree. It would have probably jumped on me and killed me.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, we've
Actually,
we've
what I should do first is I should grab the proportions here so I can see where chat's gonna sit. So I don't have too much here. Let me hide the screen again real quick.
talked about that 1,000 times, and you know, it's never different. I mean, that day we became, as people say, knowers.
Right. Yeah.
My buddy Tim, he's kind of a toe, and you know, like I said, we bicker back and forth and give each other hell constantly. He was down there. It was before we had the actual sighting and seen it with our eyes. And him and his son had went down there to catch the bluegill from the other parking lot. There's a little sidewalk that goes up the side there, and they were sitting on that sidewalk trying to catch bluegill. Going down the river, we'll use whole bluegill for bait. You know, he likes to make fun of just about anybody and anything, just being a jerk. Well, he used to do this. He don't do it now because it scared the hell out of him. He would just try to like mock the Bigfoot. Mm-hmm. The sound he'd make, he'd just go, "Ooh," or yell as loud as he could do it. Well, him and his boys there, you know, his boy at that time was probably like 19 or so, maybe 20. And he does this little goofy call he likes to do. Well, straight across on the other side of the lake, and this is in the summertime area, everything is all greened up, you know, all the leaves and stuff. You can't see nothing on that hillside, which we've hiked it many times. There's a trail goes all the way around it. It takes about 2 hours to walk it. You just stay steady walking. And when you're on the other side, you can see all the way across the lake, no problem. But when you're on that side...
Did I make this 4K? Oh no. What the heck are my dimensions? Why is it so massive? I may have made this a 4K image. That's okay. 1.2 megabytes, 3840 by 2160. Yes, this is a 4K image. Amazing. Fascinating. Okay.
Out of the lake at the parking lot, you can't see into the hillside. Mm-hmm. Well, he starts hearing something just stomping around, whatever, and it just takes off through the woods. And like everybody always says, it sounded like a freaking bulldozer. He said a rhinoceros. That's what he said. Mm-hmm. It sounded like a rhino just tearing through the woods.
So it should be
all the way around, right to them where they were at, and nothing, no sounds at all. The next thing you know, they hear
1920.
Big old stick laying right behind them in the grass, right behind the sidewalk. Yeah, they grabbed their poles up, yanked them in real quick, and got them in the car, and they got the hell out of there. I like that story. I wish I'd have been there for that. Okay. You know, I do and I don't, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, let me test Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Let's see. Oh, I can choose my emotes, actually. Let's do my Kuromi emotes. Just spam some of these guys. Right there. Oh fuck! It is way above the chats. No! There we go. I need to do that again. Let's go this way. Okay, let's see. I think that's a pretty good... Just leave this entire area over here on the right side empty. Let's do... Oh, fuck. Let's say I am not a spammer. And I am not spamming the chat. I am simply testing out my new meme. I'll put that on both YouTube and Twitch. That looks pretty good. Okay, so that means the current light vertical part of the wallpaper should be my limit there. Wait, one of them still has, I think it's the YouTube chat, still has that little yucky... It's not the YouTube chat. Wait. Fuck. Stop. Why did it do that? You estupido. Why? You guys see this thing over here? Let me kill that. I don't know which chat it is. I have too many overlays. That's not good. Kill comfy. You guys see this orange, this gray horizontal line here? Right here. Which chat is that? I gotta figure it out. Which one it is. It's definitely in the chat folder, the chat group. It is the YouTube chat. Okay. Let's put this back here. That should kill it there. Okay, that's good. Perfect. If I put comfy back on, now it's gone. Okay. Okay, this looks good.
Yeah. You know, we really don't go out. I mean, we have went out a couple of times just trying to, like, for instance, he said it was on the other side of the lake and it come through like a rhino. Well, we went in there and we walked it at a decent rate of speed. You could be an athletic person that runs, you know, track or at the gym or whatever, you know, every day. And it would still probably take you 20 minutes, 15 minutes. I mean, if you were just a badass that could run through the woods. It's a pretty long distance from that point to the other side. I mean, if it was just straight across the water, I mean, it would only be like 120 yards or so. All the way around, it's probably a good quarter mile. But I don't know. That was, we went in there and looked at it that time. And we've knocked on the trees back there once, and we got some knocks right back to us. And then we knocked some more, and then they never would knock again.
Well,
but who knows?
Yeah.
It's pretty weird because, I don't know. But he used a wooden bat, which, you know, I don't have no desire to really beat on trees or howl out there. Or, I ain't trying to piss them off.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, super interested in it, you know, just from experience and stuff. But, I mean, it scares the hell out of me. You know, I went and, after that experience stuff, I went and bought me a 45 Ruger. I carry it now, so anytime I'm fishing, I carry it with me. So, not, you know, like I said, not that it do me any good, but at least I'll try. You know, something does bad happen.
Yeah.
But nothing's really been super negative. I mean, it's been kind of bluff chargey kind of. I mean, I don't know. I've never really been bluff charged by any animals. I mean, in Indiana, I mean, we got deer and corn, a lot of corn. We had a black bear come through here a couple years ago, and I think about everybody in town was just having a heart attack. They was in love with this little bear. And then the game wardens were chasing him, and everybody in the bears trying to get pictures of him, you know, so they could post them on Facebook and stuff. We seen the bear. And it came up through from Kentucky. I mean, he was just a little feller. He wasn't very big, little black bear. I mean, every picture you seen of the little thing, he's just terrified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was scared to death. They ran that little thing. I don't remember where he ended up at. But there is mountain lions here. I mean, I don't care what any game warden says or police officer or anybody. I mean, I got a friend actually straight through the woods across from my house. I'm sitting out in my car right now. He got one on his trail cam. It was probably a 25, 35-pound cat. It wasn't huge, but it's definitely a big cat, just your normal color mountain lion.
Mm-hmm.
He don't live, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe a mile or so through the woods. This was several years ago. And, like you were saying about you and your brother, you seen the one. Well, my buddy Tim pulled into my road off the highway because I live about, a quarter mile at the most from the highway right up here. And whenever he turned off on my road, there's 2 ponds off to the side of the road, and in between the 2 ponds on the little hillside there.
Okay. That looks pretty good. It looks like it blends in pretty well. I'm fucking stupid.
He's seen 2 mountain lions. They're just laying down right there.
Sure.
And he took pictures of them. It was a little bit of a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a little over 100 yards or so. Phones just don't do no justice for
Yeah.
anything. But you could see the little, like the triangle-ish shaped ear in a way, I guess. The way, I don't know how to describe it really. I mean, it's what it looked like. They didn't look like a couple of dogs laying out there, but I was like, that's too close. Too close to the house. So, I've got 4 daughters, and, I'm super open with them. I've heard so many stories and stuff. I'm like, you hear something knocking on your window or something? Don't look. Come and get your dad.
Right. Yeah.
Which, fortunately.
Yes, 100%. If anything spooky ever knocks on your window, do not look out. Do not do it. That's what they want you to do. Don't do it.
None of that's happened, but for them anyways. But one of my daughters, my second daughter, she's 13, and last winter she came outside because we always leave our bottled waters out on the porch while it's cold, and she stepped outside. It was around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning or something, and she actually heard one whooping down in the holler down across the road from my house. We were going to the grocery store one day, and I had put Sasquatch Chronicles on, and in his intro it's got that woo.
Oh yeah.
And she just looked at me and she's like, I heard that back in the woods. I was like, why the hell didn't you tell me? She's like, well, I didn't know what it was. She's like, is that Sasquatch? I said, well, I don't know what you heard. It could have been one of the Amish boys. And she's like, well, it was midnight or something, because I got Amish that live right across the street from me over here, and they're always out there yodeling, making all kinds of noise. There's a whole bunch of young ones over there. They crack me up. I'll be out smoking a cigarette on the porch, and they're yodeling away. It's pretty funny to hear about it. But anyways, yeah, I thought that was crazy. And then also, I guess it was last year, that Christmas, my youngest sister, her water pipe froze up on her trailer. So her and her boyfriend and her son came up here, and it was on Christmas Eve, so they stayed the night with us. And my sister had went outside for something, and she came back in and she said, I just heard the most demonic growl come from the woods across the street. And I was like, well, I said, there is them big fellers over there. She's like, what do you mean? I said, the Sasquatches. She said, oh, hell. Well, I said, I'm not bullshitting you. She's like, really? And I was like, well, did you really? She's like, that was pretty scary sounding. She's like, it sounded like a monster out of a movie. She's like, I'm not going back outside. And, way before that, I got an LED pole light on my electric pole from the RMC right out here in front of my house. My whole front yard is lit up. I still haven't got my backyard lit up like I want yet. But anyway, it's been a couple years ago. My wife worked clothing store for a little while. Well, she was working late, and she'd get home around 11, midnight, somewhere in that area. And I was staying out on the porch smoking a cigarette. It was probably 10:30, close to 11 or so. Should be home in a short amount of time. I don't know what it was, but something, it just caught my attention. And I just looked over at the side of my driveway. That was before I had this light out here. And I never turned the porch light on. I just let the stars light up everything for me if they're out. And something just comes out across the road from my house, runs straight across the road, right down the side of my yard, and passed behind my house. Well, I got an old coon dog. She's a red bone, and she's on a run lead. It's about a 60-foot long run. And she barks at everything, drive you insane, just boo, boo, just nonstop all the time at everything. And drives me insane. It's my wife's dog. I was like, I was like, a deer was getting it, because that's just the first thing that came to my mind. It was just a black figure, shadow. Anyway, it just whipped it down the side of the driveway there, and I was just like, damn, that deer was getting it, because, that's the first thing that popped in my head was a deer. So I'm waiting for the old dog to just lose her mind.
Oh, you look so spooky.
It don't happen.
Okay, maybe we'll do the other wall on this one.
And dude, I started hearing scratching on my shingles, like right behind me, because I was facing out my front yard, looking towards the woods. I never got a creepy feeling or nothing after when it ran through, but who knows what it was really. It sounded heavy on my roof, like, I could guess like an owl, or not even an owl, maybe more like an eagle, something with some big old claws. It was just making that scratching sound on my shingles. I said, the hell with this. I flipped my cigarette and I went in the house. My wife came home and, she came right in the house. And I started telling her, and she's like, there's those little brown birds. They're little bitty dudes. They like to hop around on the roof all the time doing stuff. We got bird feeders out here, and they're always out crapping all over my handrails on my porch and stuff.
Got a new paint job on my Jeep this week. Had an army of them come through.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was telling my wife about it, and she's just like, man, that's them little birds. I was like, them little birds ain't going to make a loud enough scratching sound on the shingles. That's going to scare me in the house.
Right.
Well, maybe so. Who knows? But anyway, that's all that happened there. Well, it wasn't even maybe a couple days later, maybe the next weekend. I can't remember exactly. Well, my wife likes to have a couple drinks, every now and then. So she was over at our neighbors, which we went to school with and stuff when we were young. And, me and my wife's been together since high school, about 20 years now. She was over there having a couple drinks with them or whatever. I done went to bed, like I told you, I go to bed early normally because I get up so early. She would come walking back from the neighbors over there. It was around midnight or so. And I was already, when she come walking across the yard, our neighbors, they're only a couple 100 feet away from the other side of her house across the yard. And she come walking through there, and she just wasn't paying attention, nothing. She's just walking home, had a couple of drinks. She's feeling good. She's ready to go to bed. Nothing on her mind. She's just wanting to get to the bed. Comes walking through the yard and just comes just right past her. And she kind of froze for a second, best I can remember her saying. And she was almost to our back porch. Well, there wasn't a back porch at that time. There was just a little set of steps. We built a little back porch back here now. But she got up to the corner of the house there, and I have, I told you I was a fisherman. I got a big stand-up deep freezer I used to keep on a pallet out there beside the plug-in on the side of the house, and I keep all my bait in there, all my frozen fish I use for catfish bait. Well, she kind of put her back to the house, and that's what she said, that it was on the other side of that freezer. She said she just knew it. She kept hearing something there. It's only like 15 feet, probably more like 10 feet, 10 or 12 feet from the door at that time, because it's on the back porch now. But then she said it freaked her out. She got in the house and she woke me up, and she was telling me that. She's like, go out there and see us. There is no way I'm going out there. I was like, you made it in the house. You're okay. It didn't attack you. So we went on the bed. And you think about that, if it was a person, you wouldn't hear that footfall. But she never seen it. And it ran right beside her. Like she said, it was close. Really close to her. Who knows? Maybe it could have been paranormal or something. I would say I favor the Bigfoot side of it.
Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it here for now. I will play with the lighting and stuff later. And if I do add more cool beams in the background, I'm not sure if they'll still be posters. There might be some other stuff. I need some more cool things that I can think of. Oh, I can put stuff on the desk here too, like little tiny memes. So that's what I'll do next time. Let me just go ahead and update this one, see what it will look like on OBS. Oh, that's it. I just happened to pause it right where he ended it.
I would like to thank our patrons who make Strange Familiars possible. Thank you so much, patrons. Without you, we could not do this.
Which reminds me, I would like to thank my viewers. And for those of you who are so inclined, there is currently a 100% discount on pressing the the like and subscribe button on YouTube, which would be super cool if you can go do that. If you like the chill streams and enjoy my work and you wanna see more pretty cool backgrounds and AFK screens like this and other arts, you can go check the stream on YouTube and check it out over there. Additionally, you can check out all of my links here, which further helps support my stuff. I forget which. I think it's just if you type in support. Does that work? Fuck, I forget. Well, some of those links are there. I could have changed that subscribe star into the Patreon one. I will do that later. But if you enjoy listening to spooky monsters and looking at pretty cool Kuromi and PP arts, you can definitely check out my links right there. And those would help me greatly. I appreciate it. Last thing I was gonna do. Gotta hide this. I guess I'll turn on the music since we're gonna end here in a second. It's auxiliary, right? Okay, let me save this. I think it should automatically replace it if I... fuck! If I just replace the PNG, right? OBS should instantly pick it up. Comfy, where's comfy? Oh fuck, did I delete it? Yes, I did. Image. Comfy. Comfy test. Okay, let's kill this. I think that looks pretty okay. Maybe what I can do though is I can... The skull's eyes are a little too close. Maybe I can make those bigger. The comfy face. Yeah, I'm digging how this looks so far. Maybe I'll even just add the finishing touches off stream when I'm relaxing and I don't have anything else to do. But this one is not done yet, so we can't end with this. Where is... Here. We shall return to the Thanksgiving one. The Kuromi giving one. Okay, well, I had fun making this and reading Big Feet's articles, listening to Big Feet's stories. Don't forget to sleep with the lights on so that the Grey Lamaus don't come and get you, so they don't probe you at night. Try not to be fooled by by colonizers who cannot tell the difference between all the 500 different kinds of Sasquatches. Try not to swallow your tongue. Beware the feds who are publishing books to try to tell you that Sasquatches aren't real. Take care of yourself, and as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.